You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. On the program today, we are getting ourselves down the road in life and pulling ourselves out of the weeds into a brand new future. And we have some exciting things to talk about on the program. But before we move too far down the road, I would be grateful if you could hit the subscribe button and the like button and share the link that you find up there in your browser with your friends. That's how we are found here on the big internet highway. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to hit your pipes, your vaporizers, your bongs, and your joints, and make it a point to join us and take time for hemp. Yeah, on the program today, I have sitting in the wings my two favorite joint hosts on the broadcast. Bring on Al Byrne. He's the first joint host that came on to the broadcast last year and brought some guests with him. And he's also done a fantastic book that you need to make it a point to pick up and go and share with your friends as well. You can find it on Amazon. And so I'm going to bring on this joint host, Al Byrne. Hey, Al, happy hemp day.
Well, thank you very much, Casper. And I just noticed your pipe. That's made by a fellow in Hawaii. Am I right?
That's right. Celebration Pipes.
Yeah. I was fortunate enough to have been given 3 or 4 of those as a gift for patients at a time when we were running our conferences, and we used them as an auction item. But they're beautiful pipes. I just happened to see that.
They are. So they're made of lava rock.
Right.
And he does it by hand. And this one happens to be covered with mother of pearl as well.
Right. Yeah.
What I like most about them is you can rinse them out with hot water and they're clean in a minute. They're dry in a minute. You can get back to taking time for him.
There you go. Well, thank you for introducing me. I'm going to introduce our next co-host. I'll light up in a. Okay. I was just going to say, I'll light up in a minute when I say joint house, but he's also my co-host. He's another Al. He's in Canada. We will not ever hold that against him, okay? And Al Graham, you up there somewhere?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Happy Hemp Day.
Happy Hemp Day. That's exactly right. Exactly. It's Tuesday, or it's Wednesday, or it's Thursday. Depends on what day of the week you're listening to us, because it's available 24/7, 365 days a week.
And it's also available on the Pace Network, isn't it? Tell people about the Pace Network.
Yes, the Pace Radio Network is people advocating cannabis education, and we touch on topics of cannabis as well as psychedelics. So find us at paceradio.net. There you go.
There you go. And I'm going to bring on jointly our joint guest today is Craig Roberts. And some of you may know Craig from being involved in a little TV show back in the day called Weeds, which I think won a handful of awards and just had a huge following. And some of you may know Craig from his work in Los Angeles, if you're local to that area. And some of you just may know Craig from his spirit. And so we're going to bring Craig Roberts onto the joint broadcast and let the whole world know how important it is to take time for him. Craig, welcome back to the broadcast. You've been on a couple of times, and it's always fun to have you on.
First time video that you actually get to see me, though. So pleasure to be here. Feel like it's the grumpy old stoners here. Glad to be part of it. Well, and I forget. Oh yeah, the Roberts thing. So my kids are all Ruben. Most people know me as Craig X Ruben from all the TV and movies that I was in. But the government took away my last name again. So even though my kids are Ruben, they said I couldn't be a Ruben anymore. I had to go by Roberts.
Well, see, I only knew you as Craig X.
Yeah.
And now that you've got Craig Roberts listed on your social profiles, I thought, oh, well, now I finally know your real last name. Because it's kind of like you had X as a name long before Elon Musk gave that to his kid, didn't you?
Yeah, I changed my name when I was 19 years old. My grandfather had changed his name when he came into this country. A Canadian slipped across the border to work for Ford, Henry Ford, during the Depression, and he wouldn't hire Jewish people. So he went from Reuben to Roberts. All of his brothers did. And so my father was born Roberts. My grandma and I were real close. We used to smoke weed together. And she always told me how my grandfather felt like a phony when he was checking into a hotel. He was like, yeah, that's Roberts, Roberts for the last name. She's like, when in his heart, he was Reuben. And so when I changed my name years ago, it was weird for me because people would be like, Reuben, how do you spell that? I'd be like, capital J, little E, little W, you know.
It's that's interesting. My grandfather changed his name too. He was my whole descendants are Irish.
Right, and
So
that's not an uncommon thing. So I'm not here whining and complaining about it. I'm trying to make humor out of it, make you guys laugh.
So why are you in
I'm
Mexico
not
then?
grumpy anymore.
I was just going to say, like an old friend of mine always used to say, you can call me JJ, you can call me RJ, you can call me Ray, just don't call me late to getting high. So how did you get involved?
Was that the guy down at the beach who used to sell the pipe? I remember that guy from Venice Beach. He was one of my early heroes from the late 70s. You guys know who he's talking about?
I do.
Come on, Craig, get with it. You're 7 years old and you're smoking reefer or something. What's going on?
Yeah. I'm 60 this year. It goes quick, man.
Ooh. I remember those days of being 60.
Yeah, boy, it's a long fucking time ago.
Yeah.
What's funny is my father's 24 years older than me. I got a 9-year-old son and I got one on the way. And I think, man, my dad was old when I was a kid. And now I'm thinking, man, we grew up together. He's such a young guy at 83.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did you get involved really into the cannabis movement and get yourself becoming an activist?
Well, it was a real tragedy, a real horror story, if you will. My friend invited me over. His dad had a Betamax back in the late 70s. And he was the attorney for Ringo Starr. And that's my friend's father. And so they had a bunch of R-rated movies. I had never seen an R-rated movie before. And my friend had pinched a couple of joints out of Ringo's fag bag, his little merce, a little man purse. And so when the parents all went out, we were left alone. We were 12 years old. The 1970s, have long hair, you know, like everyone. And my dad, I ended up smoking a little bit of weed. We really didn't inhale. We didn't know what we were doing. We kind of just blew it in. We were looking in the mirror, but we watched The Exorcist and Jaws, 2 R-rated movies, which my parents would have been horrified at. And we smoked some weed. And my parents said, hey, tell us what happened. Just tell the truth. You won't get in any trouble. And they're like, did you smoke any of the wacky tobacco? And so I said, yeah, we tried a little joint. We watched the R-rated movie. And my dad took me for a crew cut the next day. And my poor brother got punished as well. And we both ended up with crew cuts and wore baseball hats for the rest of our lives or something like that. So we moved to Beverly Hills like a few weeks later, and we were down at the beach rolling. My parents were roller skating in the late 70s. I was skateboarding, and I came up to a booth where the couple of guys were passing out some information. Everything they didn't teach you about school and marijuana. It was a little fold-out pamphlet. It was prior to the Emperor Wears No Clothes. There was a bumper sticker that said, thank you for smoking pot. A notepad that said, while you were out getting stoned, so-and-so may have called, or some other kind of jokey pad. And there was one hemp shirt from Eastern Europe that was very rough with a big yellow label that said hemp on it. And I think Jack sold that for years and years. And so I just started volunteering down at the hemp booth in the summers. My parents would go roller skating. I would skate up to the hemp booth and hang out with the older stoner guys. And felt like I had taken one for the team with my crew cut. So they were very kind to me, and I learned a little bit about marijuana and about hemp back as a teenager, and then in high school learned more about it. Kind of became an activist in college, and upon graduating from UCLA, I opened up a hemp store called 2000 BC, the Stoned Age Hemp Shop, on Melrose, and it was filled with lots of movie stars. And so that's how I got kind of into the film TV thing through cannabis.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we noticed in the information, the connection there, weeds and all that stuff. So yeah, it's good to find out how you got to that point.
Well, I wrote a book called 9021 Grow, which was originally an article for High Times magazine. And a friend of mine was related to the producer of the show Weeds and gave my book to her, the creator, Genji Kohan. And then she asked for more copies, and they brought me in as a consultant. And one of my best friends is a pretty famous actor, so I could do that. I always thought I could do that. So when they asked me to be a consultant, I just went, hey, guys, can I be on the show? And so that's how I got on the show. And I thought I was going to be like a regular, like I was going to be on the show. And then they brought me in. Well, first they said I had to audition. I said, I thought I was playing myself. They're like, yeah, but you're not a member of SAG. You got to audition. So,
okay.
So I auditioned. I got the part as myself. Thank God. It would have been difficult to tell my parents someone played me better than me. So once I got on that show, that led to a few more movies and different opportunities. And, I just had a good time, but it wasn't as big a role as I originally imagined, but I was still happy to be on for a couple seasons. And they let me do the comedy that when you talk about the episode during the DVD, I don't remember what that's called, the narration or something.
So, Craig, I'm curious about the formation of the show itself, the Weeds show. You seem to have known the creator. Can you give us a brief idea of how she got that going? Why that was a good idea in her mind?
Well, obviously it was trending, and I had grown up in Beverly Hills, and a lot of kids from my high school and movie stars were coming into my shop on Melrose all the time. Cannabis was more and more entering the cultural domain. And she came from a family, her father's won more Emmys than anyone else in Emmy history. His name's Buzz Kohan. Her brother had just had a hit television show called Dharma and Greg, I think. Is that a show?
Yeah, that was.
I think that was his show.
All right.
It was one of those big shows. I'm pretty sure that was it. I'm not a big TV guy. So she came into it through her family connections. I'm sure her talent as well. She's also created another hit. She's a very talented woman, but she had both business acumen and connectivity, which is very important in Hollywood. If you don't have the right agent, the right access to producers, money, camera people, it's difficult to get something.
Yeah, I'm learning that myself. But so she also sniffed out apparently that society was ready. Is that right?
Yes. Excuse me 1 second. I'm in.
That's all right. That's all right. But by the way, folks, Greg is in Mexico, so we're continuing with our Universal International thing. We've had a Mexican guest a month ago. Then we went to Australia, then Canada, and now we're back in Mexico. So
we're traveling the world.
Yeah, we're getting around, and the reason we're doing that, folks, is because these are smart guys, and they've done some amazing things about cannabis, and we just want you to understand there's a lot of ways to help, and these are some of the gentlemen and women that have done remarkable work over a long period of time. I mean, keep it now. This man is talking about doing this for the last 40-some years, right? You've been involved with cannabis?
Since 78 or 79. So it's a long time. Yeah, like I said, I started young. What was interesting is how it did start. You know, like when we had our first hemp industry association, there was 87 people there in New Mexico. And I think me and Chris Boucher might have been maybe Don Worshefter were like kind of like well known. And what was that?
I said, I know Donnie. He's been on the show a lot. I've gotten high with him. He's a character.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy. So there was there was a very small network of people that had been in High Times a few times, that had been involved with hemp for years. And then in 2019, I went to that MJ Biz show in Las Vegas, and there was 50,000 visitors there. And I thought, wow, I wish Jack was alive to see that. And I can remember being a youngster and wanting to see a marijuana field. And this company, Genius, when I was working for Mike Tyson, they invited me on this private jet, my first time on a private jet, to go see their 1 million pounds of hemp that they grew in this beautiful top flower. I ended up selling at least 60,000 pounds of it for them. But I had never seen marijuana growing like that, and I had always dreamed of it. So we get off the private jet, we go on this tricked out Sprinter, you know, they're trying to treat us all like really nicely. And we go out to the hemp fields, and I started crying. I was like tears of joy. I was so happy to see a marijuana field. I did stand-up comedy years ago, and I used to say, one day I'm going to get naked, run through my cannabis field, scrape all the trichomes off, and stick it in a pipe and be like, woohoo! And it was just so realistic to suddenly see it, and I could go running through the fields, and I didn't get naked.
Where was the field? What state?
California, Central California. And I think there's a prohibition on hemp in California now, but it was this beautiful crop. These guys, Charlie and Austin, I don't know if they want me to say their names, but these two geniuses were working for Genius, Austin Wagner and Charlie Sharp. I love these guys. And they helped bring in the right people, the right soil, whatever it was. They did it organically. And they grew this beautiful hemp. They, I think, grew too much of it that year. Everybody did. The first year, their company had made so much money that they invested more into them, thinking these guys were geniuses, and they started believing their own genius stuff. And, you know, when it's $200 a pound for hemp, everyone can be a genius. But when it drops down to $20 a pound for hemp, you know, it's hard to pay those bills. To pay for the silent pods working in there in the fancy offices that they had, and the private jets. So, but it was exciting, and it has been exciting to watch things change from the very beginning to now. And it's still, we're in the nascent state. You know, if someone's watching and thinking, oh, how can I get involved in cannabis? It's still such a wide open space. There's 400,000 people working in cannabis right now, and there's 4 million people working in the alcohol industry. And I think that eventually cannabis will have at least 4 million people working in this space as well in the next 20, 30 years.
I certainly would hope so. Yeah.
I know that
expansion for sure.
I know you decided to follow your character's plot line and put together your own little cannabis dispensary and smoke club, I guess, a cannabis club. And it's got a religious touch. Does that mean you got like pictures of Jesus saying, you know, it's your buzz, get high with me, get high and meet the Lord? What? I mean,
we still
meet us up on high. Meet us up on high.
This is the real tragedy part, is that I was raised Jewish and didn't know. I really studied the Bible hard. That was kind of what hit me about marijuana when my dad cut my hair. You know, I had been studying for my bar mitzvah for 8 years and really believed in God and the Bible. And when my dad did that, we were really like, my brother and I were both in shock, and we didn't even know we both smoked weed until a couple years later. But I really felt like God talked to me and said, oh, you're going to be involved in this somehow. You're going to help legalize this plant. And that was like right before I ran into those guys at the beach. And then all of a sudden I started learning about hemp and all these other things. And I went, man, that's why this happened. And you know how you try to make excuses for why things happen in your own life and you put reason to it. And so I did that at the time. And then as an adult, I got in a fight with my brother one time. Then I got in a fight with my father. I was staying at my brother's house while he moved to Amsterdam to do his THC clothing over there. And he needed me to take care of his dogs. And then when the dogs got sent to Europe, he didn't need me in his house anymore. And I had kids and I was living there, and I had left my nice apartment in Beverly Hills to come take care of his house and dogs. So we got upset with each other. Then my dad got upset with me, and I was like, F him. I'm going to read I used to read the Bible. I still read the Bible every night to my kids, to myself, whatever. So I said, I had never really read the New Testament. So I said, F him. I'm reading the New Testament. Like that would piss my dad off or something. And and he didn't care. I never told him. But I started reading the Gospels, and I was like, oh, these guys are like stoners. These guys, you know, this is what Jesus was fighting for. The freedom, the system is wrong. Cannabis is right. You know, and I put this very much like I could relate to these guys fighting the church people, because they were in touch with God themselves and didn't need the temple and the Pharisees and the Sadducees to tell them what to do. They had their own authority direct from God, and that Yeshua was there with them. And so I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of how I see us emperors fighting the man. We know this is good. It has value as a natural resource. It has value as a medicine. It has value for all these things. And it just seemed natural. So I became a Christian, a Jewish Christian. So then I thought, well, I didn't want to go, you know, try and convert Jewish people. I thought, who's my real community? The community that I've been in for years and years was the stoner community. So I created Temple 420, and all we taught was the Bible, but we taught the Old Testament on Saturday, the New Testament on Sunday. And I had spent a lot of years with the Havasupai Indians. I actually lived on the reservation at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And so I'm a sweat leader down there. I've been involved in their traditions, and they respect and honor Jesus as well. But they use a smudge and they pray with smoke. And then it was later discovered that they actually used cannabis in Jewish temples back in Israel 2,000 years ago in the time of Jesus. And, you know, you can look up that document, like just Googling it right now, and you'll see that that's a fact. But what happened was I thought, wow, I don't want to reach out to like try and convert Jewish people to become Christians, but I thought I would just teach stoners the Bible and that would work out for me. And I thought, oh, how could I finance it? I do my medical marijuana club, and I got 20 years for selling 2 grams of cannabis to a police officer with a doctor's note. So we were becoming real popular. I was on the TV show and movies, and they really wanted to shut me up, is what I found out later. And then my dad told me that the judges were paid off. My dad worked in government, and told me that a guy named Zev Yaroslevsky was just conversing with him. They had known each other for years and years. And Zev told him, he goes, yeah, if we didn't pay off the judges, we'd be hit with millions of dollars in lawsuits for all the fuck ups that we do in the county and the city. I think it's the county. He was a county supervisor at the time. So that they were paying off judges. And so in my case, I ended up with 20 years and 7 years in state prison, 13 years probation on a suspended sentence. But
good God.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took my life savings. My wife and I lost our house at the time. We ended up coming really close together, and then one of the judge gave us permission to reopen. We had worked for years. We reopened Temple 420, and then they came and arrested me and seized our money again the day we opened. Even though we had told them we were doing it, they said we didn't have the permit. I got arrested for not having a permit. Once we showed them the permit in court, they changed the charges and said, well, you're on probation anyways. I said, well, I have permission from the judge. They're like, we don't care. Any contact with the police is a probation violation. So we ended up splitting up, lost our store. I mean, it was a real tragedy. My kids, my oldest kids and I were not close for a while. I tried to see them as much as I could, but we were homeless for a couple years, living in hotels, not on the street, homeless, but still like never making enough money to put first and last into an apartment or in a house again. So it was a real challenge. I suffered a lot. My family suffered a lot because of cannabis. And I eventually became an international fugitive and just left the country after I found out that I had been railroaded in court by a corrupt judge who had been receiving money from the county to throw the case. And so then I've been in Mexico ever since. I got my green card here, had more children down here, met another woman. And, so life does go on, and I don't complain about America. And then since they passed Prop 16 or 64, which was interesting because it was 10 years to the day that I was arrested that the law changed. And then my record got cleared up. So I was able to get a passport and get my ID back, but they wouldn't give me my Reuben ID. They said I had to be Roberts to match my birth certificate because I had changed my name.
How are you finding it there in Mexico when it comes to the cannabis end of things?
It's completely illegal here unless you get an amparo. If you're rich, you can just get an amparo that says you use it personally and you're allowed to grow your own and not sell it. But you have to pay like $250 to do that, which is a lot of money for most people. So I don't have one of those at the moment, but I do buy cannabis. Like $10 a week is enough to make enough for the week. Which is
an hour. That's an hour for me. Excuse me.
It sounds like a joint.
Yeah, no, it's funny because I used to smoke. My brother and I joke around the value of like ounces. Remember when pot was more than an ounce of gold?
Yeah.
And we were smoking probably like 3-4. I mean, we both had good companies making lots of money back then, but we'd smoke 3-4 grand of weed a month, give it out to friends, smoke it ourselves. Do you want to use my phone? Okay. That's my 9-year-old. Hey, Sam, you want to come say hi real quick? You guys, this is my handsome little son here. Super smart, great, nice kid too. He loves Messi.
Hi. How you doing, Sam?
He just brought me a glass of orange juice.
All right.
Coca-Cola.
Looking after Dad.
All right, go play your game. So I'm grateful to be joining you guys and getting to tell my story. It's been a long time, and it's been, like I said, some ups and downs, some real challenges.
Mm-hmm.
One of the highlights was getting to work for Mike Tyson and get to meet him. And that was a lot of fun.
So are you retired from the cannabis movement now? You just sitting around watching Frasier reruns and wondering what's next at the nursing home for dinner?
I haven't watched TV since 1991 on a regular basis. I after I saw that Gulf War, I was like, this is all lies anyway. So I never even saw my own show, Weeds.
But no, what I'm getting at, are you still involved in the cannabis movement now? Are you still working as an activist, or are you just twiddling your thumbs and watching the sunset?
I'm part of a group that's trying to buy a cannabis magazine that was put into receivership. So hopefully we'll have some positive news on that today. And then I'd like to be the chief revenue officer. I own a house up in the States, so I'd like to maybe go back there and figure out how to make this magazine really successful and turn it into more of a media empire. Who knows where it could go?
Yeah, exactly. You never know.
Mm.
One thing leads to another, right?
Yes, one thing leads to another, and I've got 5 kids so far and 1 on the way, so I've still got a future to build here. I'm not ready to be watching Frasier just yet.
Well, no, you got to take care of your family first. That's a man's job. But let me just say, I'm sorry for what cannabis brought to your life that was so negative. I mean, you've really paid it. Well, no, you've really paid a price. And all the time I've ever been involved in this, it was guys like you and the sick that just kept motivating me to keep on going, because I mean, that whole story is just a story of injustice as well as just blatant stupidity. And that's not what we wanted for you or anybody else. So I can't apologize for him, Craig. But,
well, you weren't in law enforcement, were you, Al?
Huh?
You weren't in law enforcement, were you?
Well, I was in the military for 24 years, but no, I've worked with a lot of cops over the years, including a couple of different times the head of state police for different states. And in fact, I went to meet with the guy in Minnesota one time years ago, and he came into the meeting with a bunch of chocolate chip cookies and some milk. I thought, he said something about just in case you got the munchies while you're talking with me or something like that. So I did find that, and I did find the guys, law enforcement in general, couldn't have given a goddamn about cannabis. I had a lot of officers say, well, I get up with a guy with cannabis, I know I'm not going to get in a fist fight with him. Whereas somebody that's been drinking, man, it's always a problem. And they understand that. They're on the streets. They deal with cannabis people, which are essentially nonviolent. We all know that.
And this gives me a chance to jump in and talk about our archives, because if you get into our archives, you'll discover that once a week, I have Peter Chris, the co-founder of Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, on as a joint, here you go, host. And we would bring on members of the Law Enforcement Against Prohibition organization as guests every week. And Al, you're absolutely right. Many members of law enforcement are less concerned about drugs and more concerned about violence.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people smoking a joint in their couch watching an R-rated movie are not a threat to anybody. But you're out there running around drunk on the road, or that's that, or getting in fights, or I won't go into it, but I just had a talk this morning with an MD, and she was talking about the same issue. She's just come back from India, and India's falling apart because of alcohol, and that's what we're all saying here. But nevertheless, Craig, I'm sorry for the trouble that you were brought. It was unfair. Nothing we can do about it, but
well, here I'd like to say I appreciate your concern and empathy for what I went through. It was definitely a challenge, and it has created, a disparity between my friends and I. My friends are worth millions, some of them, and I have nothing to complain about. I'm very fine and happy. I eat well. I grow chickens and potatoes, and I'm just blessed to get all this fresh food. I have love from lots of my children. I'm close with my family now, and even my ex and I communicate sometimes, and she helped me with trying to finance the magazine. So there is a light at the end of any dark time, and we all go through hard times in life, that's for sure. And I would just reflect back to my faith in God was able to help me get through those really difficult times. And everyone who believes in Jesus or God or puts their faith in the Bible will go through challenging times, and hopefully it doesn't break you and just helps make you stronger. But I appreciate that compassion, because it is a challenge, and I'm sure you guys on this show talk to people all the time who've been through these challenging situations and just tragedy, true tragedy, where I try to make fun of it. I know it's been a challenge, but with a good sense of humor and faith in God, it gets you through those difficult times, so that you can keep moving forward and knowing that there is a future, and that this life is just, we're here for this time, and it's part of
we can see that. We can see that, man. You're walking proof of what you just said. I'd say on top of it, congratulations, because you've pulled yourself out of a bad spot and you've done well, and that's very admirable. I'm glad though that the audience is hearing you, because we talk about our archives and they're incredibly valuable. But for the younger folk, they don't understand what guys like you went through. They don't get it. No. They've grown up in there it is, and so telling that story, I hope a younger audience will say, "Whoa, wait a minute, it was different then."
Yeah, because my kids just roll into a dispensary right now, and they're like, "Put the credit card," and they buy some weed. And I'm like, you guys have no idea, what it was like trying to score some weed when you were 15 years old.
Or stay out of jail. I mean, the arrest levels were almost $1 million a year for just possession. Year after year.
This is what most people don't realize, is that the war on drugs was really just a war on marijuana. Of course, they went after cocaine and heroin, but the CIA was dealing it. So only they went after the street level people, never the big people, to actually stop it. With cannabis accounted for 85% of all drug arrests in the United States.
Yeah.
85%. And that means 85% of the people in jail for drugs were in jail for marijuana.
Yeah.
Well, and it's because, as you know from Jack's book, from our history, it's because the powers that be back then wanted to continue to be the powers that be, and they saw that cannabis, hemp, with medical cannabis and it being used as food, and hemp being used as paper and fiber and fuel, that the people who had money then would not have money. There would be an exchange of wealth from the petrochemical companies to the farmers, and because of that, they made it a point to go after.
Well, and here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. It's easier to centralize if you're a banker, to organize some big businesses like the oil companies that you can centralize, the coal companies, the big ag, where you're a distributor of like General Mills, Kraft Foods. These people that own these food companies own the tobacco companies, they own the alcohol companies, and they own the oil companies, and so they pushed out, like you said, the individual farmer, because an individual farmer doesn't necessarily have a group collective for negotiating, for bargaining. He's his own farmer. And one of the things you could do back in the day is, if you ran out of gas, you could go to any farm, because they actually made diesel fuel, hemp diesel or biodiesel, with some of their corn, or running their tractors. And this was a way to take that away from being a homespun business into being a centralized business. I've seen the same thing happen in cannabis right now. They flooded so much money in 6 years ago. The stocks went crazy. There was overinvestment, and then these companies collapse. And then as the companies are collapsing, they're being centralized by the bankers and stockbrokers right now.
Well, I can hear Gatewood Galbraith's voice in my head telling me, and I'll share this with our audience as the best I can as Gatewood would. It would be, I tell you, brother, Kentucky was one of the wealthiest commonwealths in the hills of America. That Kentucky led America in education, led America in farming, led America in prosperity in our business. And it's because of hemp, brother. I tell you, it was hemp. And after they outlawed hemp, I'll tell you, brother, Kentucky went from being the most prosperous commonwealth in America to be now the most impoverished state in America. We can't afford to take care of our schools. We can't afford to take care of our roads. Our farmers are gone broke, and we no longer have a resource in our state to provide for our people. And it's because they outlawed hemp. I tell you, brother, and if you want to put hemp back into the market, make it a cash crop, that's what's going to happen. You'll have a change of wealth. And the farmers, I tell you, brother, the farmers will start getting their part of this pie. That's my best Gatewood. Thank you very much.
I remember him. He passed away, didn't he?
He did. I loved him so dearly. He was on my show about once or twice a month. And Gatewood pushed me into being a cannabis activist. Gatewood was a champion of this show.
He was like a hippie in a suit, is what I remember. He was always.
And he walked.
For the young'uns, he was a lawyer in Kentucky, very dignified gentleman, tall, very well dressed, always wore like a very polished cowboy hat. He had that Kentucky drawl and smart as hell. And he was a champion of hemp from the get-go. I met up with him years ago, running Normal, had him speak at some of our conferences. He's just a terrific gentleman. Just to make Craig's point about the farmers used to run their tractors on this stuff, at one point, to prove a point, Gatewood decided he got him a hold of a used diesel Mercedes-Benz, a sedan. And he loaded the back end of it down with like 1,000-gallon tank of hemp oil, or hemp gasoline, if you will. And he drove that thing around the country using that fuel to make a point. And if you don't know, when you
owns it now.
Yeah, and hemp fuel, when it is burned, has no exhaust. There's no pollution that comes out of the tailpipe. So yeah, Gatewood Galbraith, just so you all know, but he has passed.
I've been in that Mercedes before. It was like a tannish Mercedes.
Yeah, it was an old Mercedes of some kind. But had no problem, drove it all over the place.
Yeah, I think one of my friends was in the car driving around with him.
Yeah, really?
Gatewood walks in my heart. Gatewood walks in my heart every day. My first time in High Times magazine was with a photograph of Gatewood when they did a story about Time for Hemp. And Gatewood introduced me to Willie Nelson, and Gatewood kept pushing me to do more Time for Hemp segments and kept pushing me to do Time for Hemp podcasting, and kept telling me that the stuff that I was doing was so important, I couldn't stop doing what I was doing. And because Gatewood kept pushing me, we now have a large archive at Time for Hemp. I love you, Gatewood.
Did you guys know Dennis Perrone and Jack Hare and all those guys?
I did. Oh my gosh, I got Dennis in my archives. I used to sit and listen to Jack and Dennis argue on the phone. Dennis would say, all use is medical, all use is medical. Jack is not going to do you any good. Be talking about fiber and fuel. If you're not talking about medicine, no one cares. And Jack would say, everybody knows about medicine. They had that for years. They don't know about fuel. They don't know about paper. We're going to be doing the hemp organization. Jack, you don't know. It's medical marijuana. You don't know, Dennis. You don't. And I used to listen to that an hour.
Al, did you guys know Dennis and Jack? And
well, I had a totally different relationship with both of them. I was running Normal back from, I don't know, 89 to 94 or something like that. So these guys were, we were all always working together. And the thing that we had, the three of us, and a few more, had in common that is not obvious is that we're all veterans. So regardless of our differences, Jack and Dennis, for instance, on this debate of what should we do as a unit, they loved each other. It don't ever think that these guys weren't close. And as a veteran, I fit into their mold, and we did a lot of work together in different ways. I arranged, for instance, to have Dennis came, he called me up one day. And I was on the board of directors of Normal, and he said, Al, can you get me on the board of directors? I said, boy, Dennis, I don't think that's going to be a problem. And he said, well, I'd like to get on. So I got him on. So he comes to D.C. for a meeting, one of the first meetings. And I said, Dennis, what do you want? And he said, I want you to help me get the Normal conference out to San Francisco. And I said, we don't do that. We have them in D.C. He said, I want you to help me, Al. And as soon as we get that conference done, I know we can do it. Then I went off the board. And I said, well, I'm being honest with you. I just want to use you, motherfuckers. And I said, so anyway, we got the conference out in San Francisco. It went very well, and he resigned. So that's the kind of the way we worked. It was all above board and all friendly. And both of those guys were leaders. They led by, we all know this, but if you don't out there, these guys led by example. They were at the point of the spear. They asked nobody to do anything they hadn't already done themselves 100 times, and they were willing to take a punishment. Dennis Perone, unarmed, was shot by a San Francisco policeman just because the guy hated him so much. And, of course, the cop walked. These guys paid a price, and it's good you brought them up. They're well respected within the community, and they should be.
The first time I met Dennis Perone was my very first day as a cannabis activist. Jack had been trying to get me to come to work for him because his office was a mess. He needed somebody to sort out and get the books out, T-shirts out, and a lot of other things. And I kept turning down his offer, but he had me come out to his house there on Venice Beach. And the day I came out there, they were working on the California Hemp Initiative, and at his house was Dr. Todd Miccaria, Dennis Perone, Ed Rosenthal, Chris Conrad, and let's see, the guy from California Normal, Del Geringer, and Jack Hare talked me into, with Captain Ed, talked me into coming on board to run his office, and I took an oath in front of that room full of people that I, Casper Leach, would be a cannabis activist until I was age 65 or the day I died, or it was legal, whichever came first. So help me. And I took that oath in front of Jack wouldn't let me start work for him until I took that oath. So
Jack and Ed said they were 84.
All right, yeah. So I took that oath in front of that room full of people. That was
at Brenda Kirschbaum's house in 1991.
Yes, it was. Oh my gosh, Jack and Brenda. I used to work in that house, and Julie always dropped off my paycheck, and what sealed the deal was Jack offered me a car to drive to and from, offered to hire somebody to be a driver, a lousy driver. Offered me more money where I was working at. I still wasn't interested. And from the back of the room, I hear Captain Ed say, "And we'll give you an ounce of pot every Friday." And I said, I'll start Monday.
To answer your question, Craig, up here in the Great White North, I don't have any interaction with either one of the gentlemen. Obviously, I know of both of them. But as far as when it comes to Jack, I read Jack's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and I learned tons. And I thought people got to know about this. And I started a cannabis educational series where I went to different cafes and I would show different documentaries about the benefits of cannabis. And one of the movies was history on Jack Hare. And it talked all about what all he had done and gone through, and how he was a Republican, but he supported cannabis and how it could save, basically the planet. And every year I would show that for the April 20th or the April showing of the documentaries was to highlight Jack's work and help further his knowledge onto others.
And since we're talking about Jack Hare, let me remind people that if you go to the Time for Hemp blog, you can find that I have brought Jack Hare back to life with the art of AI. And there's a blog there that features Jack Hare. When you spend some time on that blog, you get to know Jack Hare like you spent the day with him. And you get a free copy of his book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes. And you see Jack Hare introduce Hemp for Victory and hear about how he and his friends unearthed that video, that film, to make it possible for people to still have it today. And it's Jack Hare that began the archives along with Gateway Galbraith and Captain Ed. Long time ago, they began unearthing relics of our past that now today seem to hold a lot of truths for next generations. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And we can talk about Dennis with the medical issue too, because while I was trying to introduce it, he was out there again in San Francisco, just pushing it in their face. He just wouldn't get out of the way. And I found him most helpful to the conversation that I was trying to get going. And again, we worked forever. And those guys were dedicated. That was their thing. They knew they had knowledge and they could help people, and that's what they were going to do. And again, when you look at the whole concept of those days, including Casper here, ex-Army, most of the leadership that dominated the conversation back in the 80s were 80s to 90s were veterans. All the guys that really made a difference, they were used to stepping up. And I think the fact that we each knew we were out there and that we would find each other's back if we could in the debate that we're having trouble with, that gave us a lot of confidence, I think, to continue on. And of course, these guys were confident men.
I was at that. It was the 1990 or 1991 final wording of the California Hemp Initiative at Brenda's house where Casper took the oath. And so we were working on the final wording. And so Jack says, invite everyone and get a bunch of people down there. We want to really take some input on what we should change for the final wording. And so I agreed with almost everything, and it came down to this one last vote. And Jack said, he said, should it really be 18 or 21 for the age that we should put in this final wording? And I said, listen, it should be 18. If you can join the military at 18, you should be able to smoke cannabis at 18. You shouldn't have to wait till 21. Correct. And he says, well, we're trying to follow the wine regulation. So we're using the basically our lawyers have taken the wine, whatever their outlaw was or outlaw regulations for the regulations. And we're applying that to marijuana. We think it should be the same. Well, let's tell the story real quickly, Casper. He says, all right, let's take a vote, everyone. Who thinks it should be 21? After Jack makes this whole speech, it should be 21. Everyone almost follows Jack and votes for 21. He goes, and who thinks it should be 18? Jack and I are the only ones to raise our hands. And I was kind of pissed at him. I appreciated him. I feel like, okay, I'm glad he had my back. But at the same time, I felt like had he made the pitch for 18, he was convincing enough and had enough authority at the time that we could have had it be 18. Not that we made the ballot anyways, but and then go ahead, Casper. I didn't mean to.
Okay, since you were working on the 1991 Hemp Initiative, I was too. That's one of the reasons why Time for Hemp was launched, was so that we could use the audio and the video from the community cable access and the advertising. So that means you and I probably worked side by side and just don't remember it at a couple of points in our path in life.
Oh, I remember. And I used to see you at the public access in Pasadena because I used to do my show out there. I would do one with Richard Marcella. We would do Hemp for Victory.
I love Richard.
Yeah. So I I started financing Richard's show and being putting my store and my name on the back there. And then we started producing comedy shows that ended up into a couple movies.
Well, forgive me for not remembering you, and I'm grateful that you were nice enough to remember me. So
I do remember you, my friends from UCLA, and I thought you might have been a cop too when you took the oath. So
No.
all right, now let me tell you about my story about Dennis. So I know this guy named Bill Bridges who's taking pictures for High Times.
Oh yeah. Bill got pictures of Willie and I. I love Bill. Tell him hi. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've taken Bill to the Grand Canyon, down to the Indian Reservation. We've done protests at UCLA, out at the Federal Building, and so he's gotten pictures of me, and I become the Freedom Fighter of the Month for High Times. And he tells me, there's a guy in San Francisco selling weed. I'm going up to take pictures of him. I'm like, you're kidding. He's like, yeah, it's out in the open. It's a medical marijuana club. They don't care. Da, 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 da. He goes, we got to go see him. So me and this guy, Luca, and Bill, we pile in the car. We go see Dennis. We just show up. We say, hey, we're the Freedom Fighters. Let us in. And they're like, they whip out their magazine. They're like, okay, yeah, you're cool. Come on in. It was all sick people in there, but everyone was having a great time. Everyone was eating. There was Brownie Mary, and we meet all these characters. And so Dennis, before we leave, sets me up with a pound of weed. He's like, listen, I'm fronting you a pound of weed. I got all these people down in this one. It's $5,000 a pound too. He goes, I got all these people down in LA that need medical marijuana. You've got a hemp store. I'm going to send them to you. He goes, they're mostly AIDS patients and cancer patients. And I was like, fuck it. Like, if I get in trouble for cannabis, at least I'm healing people and healing the sick. It's something I believe in. I'm like, all right, I'm willing to take the risk. And the first week, we put up our big cannabis leaf in front of the store, 2000 BC. Maybe it was like the first couple months. This father and his 14-year-old son, we're right around the corner. We're on Melrose, around the corner from Cedars-Sinai Hospital. The guy comes in, his 14-year-old is puking in front of our store. He's getting chemotherapy. He's got leukemia. And the dad just wants to get him some cannabis because the doctor told him it might help him. And so we end up getting all these patients, people like that, and then people that Dennis sent us. And we did that for almost 7 years. Well, not quite 7 years, but almost 7 years, until 1996 when it got legal. And then this guy, I didn't used to like him, but he told us, he's like, listen, you're not gay. And if you don't give me all your patients and everything, I'm the new medical marijuana club in town. Scott
Himmler.
What
Scotty
Yes.
Himmler.
Yes. So we ended up giving all of our patients to him, and we just quit right then. But about half of them came back to us. But yeah, Scott basically said, you can't do this anymore. I'm the only one doing it in LA. And then at one point, there were 1,600 medical marijuana clubs in LA. And I wanted to distinguish myself as a church because there had been the decision, UDV versus Gonzalez under President Bush, where this church in New Mexico was allowed to import, sell, distribute, and consume on their church a Schedule I hallucinogen, ayahuasca. And so cannabis is Schedule I also a hallucinogen under the same thing, but clearly it's both benign and benevolent. So we thought, well, here's our opportunity to do something positive, teach the Bible, reach people with this positive message. And the funniest thing was the Jews all came on Sunday to learn about Jesus, and the Christians all came on Saturday to learn the Old Testament. We even had a cantor and a rabbi who I went to high school with, who were at a big major synagogue, and they're like, listen, we're here. We wanted to come on Sunday and find out what Jesus is all about.
And I'm sure there's been a couple of times in your path then that you've broken bread with Roger Christie.
Oh yeah, Roger and I still stay in touch. I love Roger. I feel horrible
too.
for him and his wife that he had to spend so much time in prison and suffer so badly as well, because he's such a kind-hearted person. I'm glad he's still alive and doing well.
Absolutely.
But
He was a guest on my show quite a few times, and he was one of the people who also was a champion of Time for Hemp. When Time for Hemp first started doing video releases, Roger made it a point to start putting his money and his efforts behind that to keep that production afloat. So I've been blessed to have had Roger as a friend in my path in life.
yeah, he's just a kind-hearted man. I really love
And
him.
Bill Bridges, again, he's still with us, right? Tell Bill I have never forgot him, and I send him my love.
I haven't seen Bill in years. There's a lot of people that I know have passed away and that we really miss. There's too many to really count them all. But remember Peter McWilliams?
Yeah.
There's a tribute to Peter on my website.
Yeah,
Got it
Peter.
straight in my drawer.
When I first opened 2000 BC, they arrested me. I mean, they keep arresting me, but they arrested me for using the word bong instead of water pipe. And that was why I appreciate you veterans and stuff. So they came in, they arrested me, they seized everything, and I'm living in my store at the time in the back. So I just graduated college and decided to open this hemp shop. And John Rappaport, the writer, you guys ever heard of him? He's a very kind guy, weekly at the time. And I said, I'm a capitalist. I said, I don't know why they're arresting me. I said, I'm just here to make some money. And I said, I believe in free speech. I said, I can't believe they could arrest me for a bong instead of a water pipe, but I can sell a water pipe, no problem. I said, is this not America or what? So he wrote this great article about me, and people started coming in like crazy to my shop. And then we were selling bongs out the back of our car.
Captain Ed's head hospital out in Van Nuys supported Time for Hemp, and I lost track with the people out at Lion's Lair, and but they were just wonderful, caring people, and I tell you, you're bringing back memories that are just mind-blowing to me, and I'm so grateful that I have these. That's one of the things that I have been blessed with the cannabis movement. It is a family, and I have found so much love in the hemp movement. So much love. And when I'm not part of the hemp movement, I am kind of empty. But when I'm busy doing things like this, I feel full, I feel alive, because I'm spending time with my family.
Right. Well, yeah, there were times I felt exactly the same, where it was just a family. There's been times when I felt a little betrayed by people in the family too, and I've seen murders go without being prosecuted, like Les Crane and stuff, or Jeff Jacobs, who I'm in a couple movies with, how he was murdered and under somewhat suspicious circumstances. So it's really I felt like there was a big COINTELPRO against our movement as well. The person that I was really close with, he had spent time in my house, but he actually, when they arrested me at Temple 420, they came in and we were doing everything by the book. So can I say his name? I don't want to.
Yeah,
that's up to yourself.
Yeah, because I don't care. He can sue me if he wants. I've been begging him to sue me for years because I still have all the videotapes. Like, I hang on to that shit. But there was a gentleman named Brett Bogue. He was working with High Times. He had met my brother in Amsterdam, and I was buying some cannabis from him for the Medical Marijuana Club. And we see it on the videotapes later. He actually showed up with the cops that arrested me. And his brother, who's there, was like throwing signals. He walked out right before they came in and arrested me. So we wrote him a check for the cannabis that we purchased. And we were just building up, at our Temple 420. And so we were trying to do it all legitimately, getting Social Security, paying checks for everything like it was a business, paying our taxes.
Yeah.
And so my own friend was involved in having me arrested which was a real heartbreaking experience. Someone that I had been close with, spent the night at my house. I had been to their house, know their wife and children, and they knew my kids. So that was part of the bad part of feeling like family sometimes. But I guess maybe he got in trouble, was trying to get out of trouble. I don't know what his reasoning was or thinking, but it was really that broke my heart almost as much as anything else.
And you sound like you were in the same situation pretty much as Lynette Shaw, who had the first medical cannabis dispensary in the state of California. And she was trying to do it by the numbers, by writing checks and keeping track of what she spent and what she brought in and who she paid what to. And it turned out that though she was trying to do it by the numbers as a business would, they used her business records to put her in jail and to take away her. She fought as she won. And it took about 8 years almost.
Right. No, there was a couple
Went
other.
through a lot of crap.
I forget Angel Rach also.
Oh yeah, Angel.
There was, believe me, there's so many people that we've known. And the woman that runs the Last Prisoner Project, do you remember her name right now? Stephanie Landa.
I don't know her. I know of the project, but
yeah, there's just so many awesome people, like so many great, like I was close with Lynette at one time. She was very close with Bill Bridges too. Sometimes when I see you, Casper, it really reminds me of all these old times, the public access TV, all that crazy stuff back in the day. And it's just a challenge. And I think part of it has been the United States. And I haven't done any interviews in years. I think the last one I did was growing up Beverly Hills. Some friends of mine from high school asked me to do their podcast. And that was like 3 years ago. And we talked a little cannabis, but it was more Beverly Hills, what we remembered about growing up there. But I always felt like this was getting so corrupt. Our government was just so bad. I didn't even want to talk about it and put myself out there too much. But I feel like things are starting to turn around a little right now. It's getting a little more conservative. Hopefully we'll have paper ballots and one day voting soon. And things just get better for free speech all around. But it seems like we've been through real challenging times because of the political situation. And part of that started with cannabis too, because the government was really corrupt in 1972 when they created the Controlled Substance Act versus the 1920s when they prohibited alcohol. And one of the reasons for that alcohol prohibition is it stopped those farmers from making some of their own fuel, and it consolidated that. And then you had the 1937 prohibition of cannabis, which was through the Marijuana Tax Act. But the same people that had worked in alcohol prohibition then went to work for it. And when they made the alcohol prohibition, they had enough respect for the U.S. Constitution to pass an amendment and then have to pass another amendment to terminate the prohibition. But they went around it in this sneaky bullshit way with the Tax Act in 1937 and then in 1972 with the Controlled Substance Act, which again was very political based on Nixon's fighting the left, which was being financed by some of these kids dealing drugs on college campuses and protesting the war. And now we have, I was just saying, now we have 100,000 people a year dying of fentanyl being smuggled into our country, and you can't get a person out in the street to freaking protest this shit. And we had 58,000 people die over 15 years in Vietnam, and people were ready to have a revolution over that. So it's kind of like our country, for a 3% stamp tax or T tax, we were ready to overthrow the British. And now we're slaves working for the government until September, October. How much do they take between, licensing and fees and taxes? It's like, and not only that, they print our money out of thin air. We don't even have gold and silver anymore since August 15th of 71 when we went off the gold standard. So we really are in some form of, I don't know, mental slavery, I guess Bob Marley would say, but it is, sure, we still have the ability to buy material things and work for money, but at some level, we're working for someone else for something they print for nothing.
Well, I can tell you one thing.
no other critter on earth works for money.
Exactly. And I can tell you, we don't work for money here at Time for Him. We don't have any sponsors.
That's another point. Yeah.
We have no sponsors, no grant money. We just wake up each day, cross our fingers, and hope the lights are still on. And so I want to remind people of that. I'm going to get my Cash App thing up so you can make a donation if you want. But we do make it because you share us with your friends. We are at the end of the hour. And Craig, is there anything you want to share with our audience before we say la vie?
I appreciate you grumpy old stoners for having me on. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad we could relive some of the ups and downs of the cannabis movement. And I guess my last thing would be read your Bible, get some exercise, and get into the cannabis industry because it is growing and there's space for you if that's something you want to do.
And Al Byrne, I know you got a groovy book that people can pick up at Amazon and read.
Well, it's everywhere. It's Amazon, Apple Books, Barnes and Noble. Anywhere you get a book, it's there. And curiously, as there's a couple of the book is a history book of how it went down, at least in my world, between 1985 and a couple of years ago. That includes another 20 years prior to 85, where I was in the Navy, and how the government, Navy, military interfaced with the cannabis plant at different times in those 20 years. It was strikingly different depending. So that's the for country part. The for cannabis part is 1983 on, the development of medical cannabis in the United States. How did that happen? Craig, you mentioned, you were talking about some of the people like Dennis and Jack and others, and you're saying it's almost too many to mention. That's why one of the reasons I wrote the book. I mentioned it. All of those people you talked about are in that book. Now, there only might be 2 sentences, but I wanted them remembered. I wanted people to understand that their sacrifices, like you, were huge, and that they were courageous people. They had something to say. They weren't afraid to say it. The other thing, you corrected Casper, and you didn't. Casper says it's a club, and you said, yeah, it is, but it isn't. And I agree with both of you. I have had the same experience. I wrote it in the book. There are some people in here I'll die for. There are other people that betrayed me. And they were very close and all of that. So I wrote that in the book. And again, I wrote it more for the younger folks, although people that are older and my age, is so much information in there about medical cannabis. I don't care what you think you know, you don't know at all. And all of it isn't in that book either, but a hell of a lot more than you know. So buy the book and read it. And like we say about Time for Hemp, spread the word out on this. Use these are tools, these Zooms, these books, this work that Craig has done. These are tools that you should use yourself, or to at least use them as a foundation for doing whatever it is you're going to do with cannabis your way, which is what we want you to do. And so Al Graham, now your time to I get to pontificate. Go ahead, it's your turn.
All right. Catch Pace Radio, which is people advocating cannabis education radio at paceradio.net. We have a new broadcast that comes out every day of the week. So we're broadcasting 7 days a week. And today's discussion with Craig is basically time for memories, just like it is time for hemp.
Can I bring up one more person, a Canadian?
Yes.
I just want to say Mark Emery is a real hero of mine. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mark.
He's been on my show so many times. Yeah, good old Mark. I love Mark.
Sure.
Jody.
He's a real hero in this space too, even though he was Canadian and he didn't come down to a lot of our events. He helped supply the seeds to America to help get the and he went to jail for it, and then now it's legal to sell them anywhere in the US and 52 countries we can ship to. But Mark Emery really helped change that and paid the price for it also, like so many of us did. And I think he spent 5 years in prison and he's not bitter at all. And I just feel so grateful for guys like him as an example of how to stand up for what you believe in, try to make a difference in the world, deal with the consequences if they come, and then still be able to move forward with your life.
And as Craig has also pointed out, there's been too many that have come and gone. And that is truly the reason why I continue to do Time for Hemp. I retired and said, I'm done with this a few years back. But then I kept hearing all the voices in my archives telling me that I had made a promise to each of them that I would do what I could to raise their voice around the world and get their message out to as many people as I could. And there's been a lot of people in my archives who, shortly before they passed away, made it a point to come on to Time for Hemp to tell their story so that someone out there in the audience who might be dealing with Crohn's disease or dealing with cancer or dealing with some kind of problem, maybe even going through an arrest and getting back out of jail and getting back into the world, can understand that there's been others that came before them that have also walked that path. And this is how they got through it. And this is how they managed to stay strong. And they wanted to make certain that their message did get heard. So when you come to timeforhemp.news, please make it a point to visit our archives and understand that is really the reason why all of us here make it a point to take Time for Hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Cannabis cooks don't talk about decarboxylizing. They don't seem to know about activating the THC. They also don't mention lecithin. Lecithin's a soy lecithin, often it's a food additive
I noticed that was on your website.
Yeah, it not only helps with the absorption of the cannabinoids, so it'll hit you stronger, but lecithin's really good for you in general. It's really good for your nervous system. You have multiple sclerosis or other sort of conditions where your nerves have been affected. It's actually really good at helping that system stay functioning. So everybody should have a little bit of lecithin in their diet generally anyway. And so, yeah, we try to teach people everything that we know. And because we're so open and helpful and encourage other people to experiment, we get a lot of feedback from other people who, kind of tweak our experiments or add to them. And so that's what's helped us improve our recipes.
Correct.
And
yeah.
It's kind of funny as opposed to, a group that keeps its secrets to itself and nobody else shares secrets. Our more open attitude has helped improve not only our recipes, but everybody else's.
Okay, Ted, gotta take a commercial break. Be right back. Okay, we're back after a quick little break there. And that's those YouTube rules, Now, you also have club events, from what I saw on the website as well.
Oh, that was the commercial break?
Yeah, commercial's over, man. It's only a quick on-off of the pause button for recording because of the YouTube only allows me to put 15 minutes up at a time. So
yeah,
if I have a 20-minute video, it's too long, right? So, yeah, no problem. If you want to go ahead and roll and light up while we're talking, we don't have any problem with that. Now, as far as events, as I mentioned, what kind of events do you guys do?
Well, the Buyers Club doesn't do many. When we talk about events, we switch over to Hempology 101.
Right.
We've had a great sort of relationship where Hempology's done a lot of advocacy and such, but the Buyers Club hasn't really
doesn't do that end of it.
A lot of events. Although maybe just to conclude on the Buyers Club, before getting to that, this summer, I guess in May after we changed the federal law, we had the Canada Revenue Agency come investigate.
Correct. Yes, I've got that. Yes, actually, that's my next question. So let's discuss about that then. What is happening there with actually the people here may not know what we're talking about here with the Cannabis Buyers Club, because of from my understanding, it's because of the Owen Smith trial. Is that how you got involved in this tax question with the government and the Canadian Revenue Agency?
Yeah, it really comes from my testimony in court where I admitted that we weren't collecting HST or employee deductions. That we were an unincorporated co-op with no legal entity behind it. And so the judge put that in his decision. It was an aggravating factor, I think, to him. It's more criminal. And so that's one of the reasons I think he decided that the jury trial next year would still go ahead. And so the police actually took the court decision to the CRA to start getting tax money out of it. So in a way, it's truly a step towards legitimacy here because the police aren't coming to raid us. In fact, now when they arrest me or my friends, we're starting to change federal law. I'm just getting better at this. And so arresting me isn't serving any purpose. But, I may as well pay my taxes like every other business. And so it's been interesting. It's been, exciting, honestly, since they've come because we've been waiting for this for a long time. The apartment that I operated out of for years is actually across the street from the Revenue Canada office in Victoria. So, the way I've been looking forward to being, kind of licensed and regulated, and even though we don't get a license for this, it's sort of awkward.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've decided that this is the perfect occasion to form a nonprofit society, and I'm going to be selling the business, the club, to this new nonprofit society. We decided actually I'm going to sell it for $4,200. At first, reported that's going to sell it for $420. Well, that isn't really a fair estimate of the market value of the equipment that I'm selling the club.
Yeah.
We've actually had to buy a new computer and a new printer because we're making membership cards as well. And we're changing back to our original name, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club.
Yeah.
We call ourselves the Cannabis Buyers Club of Canada. Actually, it was a progression because I started sponsoring a couple of clubs. So it actually was Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, then Vancouver Island Cannabis Buyers Club, then Vancouver Island Compassion Club, and then Cannabis Buyers Club of Canada when we got the Halifax branch. Now all those other affiliates are done, and it's just our store.
Just your own
and
now.
People contact us all the time thinking we deliver across Canada, and we don't. So it's kind of practical to just switch it back to the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. But it also helps signal the change that there is a new society that's taken the reins from me. This Tuesday coming up, we're actually having our first board meeting, and then we'll be officially incorporating. I finally have the perfect 5 board members to take it over from me. And the president, my friend Dieter, is going to be is also the executive director. So it's really kind of a clear transfer of power. Yeah. And I'm really excited because people accuse me of profiteering from medical marijuana, and I've just taken enough to live. I really haven't been, living high on the hog. I have no jewelry. Most expensive thing I own is my gold tooth. I really haven't accumulated much at all here, and people have accused me of that for years.
Right.
And so, I'm going to be able to separate myself financially from the club and put our financial statements online so that everybody can see where every penny is going.
Yeah.
There won't be all these accusations being made, and we'll be able to, manage our accounts, and that transparency will do us a great deal of good.
Yeah, it will.
And I'll be making a living selling my textbook with hempology and publishing my paper and kind of living legally for a while.
Yeah. Now what was the ruling with the CRA? How much money they want out of you?
So far the bill's $147,000.
$147,000.
Yeah, that's unpaid HST for the first 6 months.
And that's just for 6 months.
Yeah, that doesn't include the employee deductions. Just met with the lady the other day. They're also going to nail me for quite a bit in unemployment or under, kind of CDP, EI, and income tax deductions. So bill's going to be over $200,000.
Yeah, I was going to say you're not done with that bill yet. Then now, from my understanding, you're going to take that on yourself, and it's not going to be directed towards the Buyers Club.
Yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to basically take the hit myself. I'm likely going to end up declaring bankruptcy in the end because that's just a ridiculous amount of money to owe. Yeah. But the members of the club are now already paying an extra 12% that they weren't a few months ago with HST. And to claw back the back taxes of hundreds of thousands of dollars from people that are sick and disabled, I just can't do that. I don't have the heart to do that. Like, declaring bankruptcy to me isn't that big of a deal. I can't get a credit card anyway, and it won't really affect the way that I live. And I'll just be living off donations and sales of my book and whatever else I can hustle up along the way.
Now, you mentioned earlier about, does this case sort of legal, legitimize what what the club is doing and stuff, which leads me to, we have laws in this country where, you're not allowed to have the proceeds of crime. Now, if cannabis is legal and they're making you collect or pay HST to the government, are they not profiting off of the benefits of what they call a crime because they're going to take this money from you? Does that not make you legal?
Ironically, Revenue Canada will accept and take proceeds of crime. It's totally legal for them to do that. you could put on your tax forms that you're an assassin, that you made $100,000 last year as an assassin, and the fact that you kill people won't matter. Like, they might look into your clients to see how they could afford to pay you that $100,000, but they don't care if it's from murder, theft, illegal drug sales. That's Revenue Canada. Ironically, it doesn't matter. The funny part is, though, that it does matter to banking institutions. So we can't get a bank account for Hempology. I can't even get a checking account for myself. So we don't know how we're even going to pay Revenue Canada. You know, I'm going to have to get together with them again this week and figure that out, because I'm going to have this big sack of money here at the end of this quarter from the HST I've collected. I'll be like $40,000, $50,000, and I'll have no legal way to pay them. It's going to be pretty funny.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't have a bank account, you can't write a check, they take cash.
Yeah. So it was funny because the officers that were investigating me all summer, they just kept saying that's not their problem, that's collections problem. And I just had my first meeting with collections, and they didn't know what the hell they were. They were giving me the names of like small credit unions that, you know, in these other municipalities that I might be able to come to. And I'm sure Revenue Canada knows all that, the credit unions that accept cash for money orders. But.
Okay, before we switch over to Cannabis Digest and ask anybody got any questions about his court case or about the Buyers Club or anything like that? Yeah, was that John here is asking about the legalization and where Mark Emery paid his taxes and the government accepted his money. I guess they're willing to take your money as well and not worry about the proceeds of crime. Like you say, it's legal for them.
Yeah. In a way, it's similar to Mark Emery, where, you know, you could say that we're paying for a prosecution and defense because we're paying for, you know, our taxes, but we can still be prosecuted. And so, although you know, Mark wasn't prosecuted, you know, Canadian law, he wasn't paying American government taxes to the Canadian government. But you know, it's going to change things. It doesn't give us the license that we really need, but it is a step towards that, and really incorporating it as a nonprofit as well kind of helps towards that. Because part of what the judge commented last year was that he couldn't give me or Owen an exemption to sell medical marijuana last year, to sell cookies, because Owen's not the organization. There's no actual organization to give an exemption to. So we would like to get an exemption 56 to sell, you know, cannabis products to sick people. And now getting a nonprofit status and paying taxes and everything is really going to make it harder for them to say no to us.
Exactly. So it'd be like a blanket exception for the club. Okay, we got to pause for the YouTube cause here, and I'll be right back in a second. We're back. Okay, we'll switch gears over to Cannabis Digest. I just happen to have a copy of it here with me. As far as Cannabis Digest, can we touch a little bit on? I guess maybe we might have earlier. A little bit of its history. What got you started on it? How long has it been around and stuff like that?
Okay, well, I think it's been around for 8 years. This is Gail. She actually deserves a lot of credit for it.
Hi, Gail.
How do you do it? Nice to see you.
Good.
I guess after we got raided, back in 2002, 2003, Gail came and joined the club, and one of the first things she did was, encourage us to get a newsletter going so we could inform the members what was happening, because the membership was growing and it needed explanation. So the first newspaper was actually like a big photocopy folded in half. It was like 4 or like 2 pages front and back kind of folded together, like 4 pages. It was pretty small, pretty grassroots.
And it just grown from 4 pages, and I don't know how many pages are in this one.
This one's 24. We had a few issues there that were 28 pages. And actually, the next issue that's coming out in October here is going to be back to 28 pages. We've got more advertisers come in, so we could use a few more to help pay for itself.
Correct.
Part of the transition is with the newspaper is kind of going to have to start paying for itself with Hempology. That's one of my other things happening.
Right.
Yeah, we're starting to get more advertisers. People are very happy on it. It's been a consistent publication, and I think a lot of advertisers really like to see that it's consistent and well distributed, and we've done a pretty good job at that.
Yes. So what kind of articles will you find in Cannabis Digest?
Well, there's your articles.
I know that. Besides mine.
Well, in a way, Al, you really exemplify what we're trying to do, because we're trying to keep patients informed about what's happening with medical marijuana, the licenses and dispensaries, and did a great story on the vapor lounges in the Toronto region a while ago. So we want to keep people informed about what's happening in the movement in the industry, what's new, what's happening in law. And so that's the primary focus. Certainly, there's politics as well. So, our current issue, you have an article there about the Sensible BC campaign that's happening here in BC about trying to decriminalize pot.
Now, I saw on the mailing list that it's been that Sensible BC campaign has been accepted or something, and it may be part of a referendum that you're going to hold there in BC. Yeah,
it's looking like it's going to be legally on a ballot if they get enough signatures here. So I guess a week tomorrow on Monday, the 24th or something, there's a meeting in Victoria, and it's going to be pretty exciting. And actually, a couple of days after that, I have Dana Larson, who's not on the list of speakers, but he's really the architect of this project. He's coming up to the university. I teach a lecture series at UVic. And that week's lecture is Pot and Politics, and we actually try to do a live stream so people can watch live on the internet, and we put it up on YouTube as well. So yeah, Dana's going to be talking about how it's progressing as well. Also really excited to have him up there.
Yeah. Also in the digest, I'm going to hold that up again, is your front page. It's always a black and white front page, and why is that?
Well, I guess the paper is black and white in part because of the environmental impact of color and the cost.
Yeah.
But also because we like to have each front cover be a coloring contest. Unfortunately, yesterday was the last day of this coloring contest. But the next issue will be out next month, and you get a couple of months to put it in. And you are probably familiar with Georgia Tunes.
Yes.
She's actually got the next front cover. It's a really wonderful Halloween theme. And I'd like to get usually different artists. Actually, the front cover you just showed, and this one here at Georgia, it's a repeat artist. They've both done front covers before. And I'm getting Bongman from Toronto there to do a future front cover too. He's a lot of fun, and so it's really great to be able to include different people in the paper and then give people stuff to do. Right, a lot of people really enjoy coloring, and it's been a really fun way to get the paper going.
Now it's availability. As far as I know, it's probably more available out west where you're located versus here in Ontario. Are you looking at maybe ways down the road in order to increase its availability this way? Because what I've noticed is that each time I go into a business, shortly after I've been around and delivered, they're all gone. Which is a good problem to have. They're all gone, which means people are taking them. Are you looking at maybe some way of maybe coming up with a distribution at this end of the country in order to be able to make them a little bit more available?
Well, it's funny you ask, because I'm sort of changing the way it's getting distributed soon here, because I need to make the paper pay for itself. And up until now, I've just been trying to ship it out for free. And in this issue, we're actually going to send a letter to people to say, if you're a Compassion Club, we'll still give it to you for free. There's a lot of medical dispensaries we send it to, and that's important. But we're going to ask them to help pay the $20 or $25 it is to ship it out.
Right.
And or unless they advertise, if it's a store that advertises, well, then we'll send them newspapers.
Correct.
So my hope is to encourage A, more advertising, and B, to recover a lot of the distribution costs. And if I start actually, turning the corner and making money, then I'll print more.
Mm-hmm.
And we only print 10,000 now, which really for the whole country isn't very much. And so I'd like to print another 5,000 and print them in Ontario and have the whole 5,000 distributed in Ontario, where the bulk of the market is really, it's kind of hard. We're out here in Vancouver Island.
You're right.
I'm really disconnected from what's happening out there.
Now you talked about the shipping costs and all that. A lot of people out there may not know that Cannabis Digest is free, right? There's no purchase cost to the customer.
No, not to the customer at all. And it's packed full of information. A lot of magazines have got a lot of stuff about growers and strains and stuff, but I would like to think our paper has hands down more information in it than almost any other publication on the subject out there. And covers, again, I didn't mention hemp. I usually do a good article about hemp as well. That's really important to me to bridge it between the whole plant community. It's kind of been segregated here between medical and recreational. So I kind of try to build the camps back together a bit. But we don't put any information about growing, because other magazines cover that. We're much more interested in the cultural and political changes that are happening.
And it does show that in each issue that I've read. You do have the political people writing, and it's not full of some of the other stuff that you mentioned. So, which is good, because everything needs to be covered. People need to know what's going on in the political realm of things, and where laws are, and the whole bit. So, okay. Does anybody have any questions on Cannabis Digest as far as the tabloid? No? Okay. Let's move on to your latest venture, which is Hempology 101. I got my little bookmarker there. It's a paper. It's a rolling paper. It's worked really good. It's in the book, but it's on the last page. That's where I am right now in reading it. I don't read a lot of books, Ted. The last book I read was actually on the same subject, and that's when I started getting involved in this, and that was Jack Harrow's book. So it was just interesting to see. Now I've read yours, Hempology, which is the history of uses of cannabis sativa. So do you fill us in on that? What got it going? What was the idea behind it? Anybody you want to throw in as a plug that helped you out?
Cool, thanks. Like I say, 17 years ago, I started working on the book, and you may notice that it's the 4th edition. Well, the first 3 editions I actually photocopied on hemp paper. It took me about a year to get the first one out, and I had holes punched in the side so that I could take hemp twine and I kind of, put a necklace kind of hemp binding on each one. So they were all handmade and pretty much made out of hemp. And I printed 100 copies of each of the first 3 editions. And my first book, before I started the Buyers Club, my thinking was that I was going to essentially drive my van from coast to coast, talking about hempology and selling books to pay for the gas. And when I ran out of books, I'd just go print another 100 copies and have them punched and ready so that I could make more books as I headed off to the next city. And so the Buyers Club has sort of distracted me from my dreams of touring around with my book. But in a way, it's been a awesome relationship. It's really helped me learn more and mature in different ways. And so, I guess, the first 2 editions I put out relatively early. And then when I first got the store, I actually had a bookstore in the front. And it felt really odd not having my own book for sale. So I put out the 3rd edition in 2001. So it's been over 10 years. And there's a number of people that really helped get it to this point. Sarita, the graphic artist and designer of the book, really deserves a great deal of credit for making it look so presentable. She really, it was one thing to have all the writing done, but then to have it look so good. I'm very fortunate to have picked the team that I did. And so, it's been an epic struggle to get it out there, but now it's funny because it was 17 years of work to this point, but now the real work is getting out there and selling it and get people to promote it and believe it and follow through on it and convert over to the cannabis economy.
Mm-hmm. In the beginning of your book, you mentioned in your intro about, I guess it's about the fact that you don't put just like a little footnote or a little star underneath something and tells you to refer to such and such report in an article. You actually put that comment right in the book amongst your writing, which to me I thought is it was very good, because myself, I wouldn't be going to look for that. Somebody else may not have access to that information, whereas you've included, that paragraph that you were talking about that actually brings the information right out to the person. So myself, I was glad that it was there. So I just thought I'd bring that up. And the fact that the book, while you do have some pictures in it, and that's what I'm glancing over here, it has a lot of writing in it instead of being full of just pictures. Like, I know a picture can say 1,000 words, but you've got a lot of writing in there, and it's not full of pictures. It's a lot of information. So, and you use drawings as well. You mentioned you had an artist that did the drawings, and you got the drawings and stuff in there, which is nice. So. We want to do a quick review of each. I got a question or two for each chapter within the book. If you'd like to go through that. Right off the bat, history. The only thing I can say was, wow, you went quite the ways back. Like, I think a lot of people only think about marijuana going back to about 1960, but you're into the 1500 BC. You went way back in this when it comes to history. So you want to explain a little bit about the history of cannabis way back in that time?
Well, I've become convinced that cannabis was known historically as the tree of life in a number of ancient civilizations, like the Sumerians and
Just
the
a minute, Ted.
Babylonians.
Just a minute, Ted. Go ahead.
Well, I've become firmly convinced that in many ancient civilizations, the Sumerians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Egyptians, that the cannabis plant was known as the tree of life because it essentially sustained us physically and spiritually and economically. And it starts with the seed. That's partly why I have the front cover with the seed, because we've been eating cannabis seeds for millions of years. It's not just something we started to use when we came across fire. We've been eating seeds since we were dinosaurs.
Right.
And since we had not much more than the brain of a squirrel, we learned to store these seeds over the winter time. That you could essentially, take a cannabis stalk and sort of hit it on the ground a few times, and a bunch of seeds would fall out that you could store over the winter time. And that those seeds would not only provide a good source of food, but that if you threw a few of them back onto the ground in the spring, that they would grow real thick and big, and all of a sudden you'd have this huge pile of seeds that in the fall you could again collect, and then you'd have this, awesome food source. So I'm certain that through ice ages that were quite likely responsible for the extinction of dinosaurs, that are very small, very, kind of smart ancestors started to use cannabis. And that's why the endocannabinoid system is so important to humans. And, a lot of vertebrae have got, these endocannabinoids, which are essentially similar to the cannabinoids that are in the cannabis plant. So if you look at the essential fatty acids and proteins that are in the seed, well, that's essentially what we are made of, right? And so you are what you eat. And so I'm certain that for very long periods of time, we would eat a lot of hemp seeds to survive, these very rough time periods. Certainly when things were flourishing and it was a jungle, we could eat all sorts of stuff. But when things were tough, we lived off hemp seeds for millions and millions and millions of years. And then as well, we would have developed hash, because in part we would have collected hemp seeds. You would have ended up with some resin on your hands. And at some point after developing fire, we would have rubbed it together and we would have ended up with this hash that we would have burned and discovered that it changes our sense of awareness. Mm-hmm. And even before that, I should back up. The next use of the plant would have probably been the stalk, where we literally would have took the cannabis stalks and just wove it together very simply for a mat on the floor of our huts. So because it would have been the strongest fiber that we could have used, and it's an antifungal, and insects and stuff would have stayed away, and it would have stayed there a lot longer. And gradually we would have developed, weaving and canvas essentially, from that process.
From that. Now, you've in the book, you're going way back. Like I know we know about the discovery of the tombs, 2,700 years ago, where people were using cannabis, and within the history stuff, you're talking tribal things and areas, and then how wars were started and stuff all over the cannabis, hemp, and on the whole bit. So it was for me, like I knew some of the stuff through reading Jack's book, but even yours goes in, I found, even a little further into the history and the religion aspects and the wars of it. So it was quite the knowledge in order to pick up, where you don't hear people talking about that very often.
Well, I owe a lot to my friend Chris Bennett. He's written 3 books now: Marijuana, Magic, and Religion. The Green Gold, The Tree of Life, Marijuana, and Magic, and Religion.
Yes, I saw those.
Bible, and Cannabis the Soma Solution. His last book, I really didn't quote it in there. But I owe a tremendous amount to Chris. He really taught me a lot about it.
Okay, now let's move on to the next chapter. It was about hemp. You write about the many uses and where it was grown. While it's is grown here in Canada today under strict conditions, is there other places around the world where it's grown where maybe it's not as strict, where it's a little bit more open up?
Oh, certainly. There's some places in the world where prohibition never stopped them from growing hemp. China, for example, has been producing hemp products for thousands of years. That's where hemp paper was first made, a couple thousand years ago. And so they've also been. We got this hemp board. I don't have it here, but they make plywood out of the herds. Like the hemp, the stalk has got fiber on the outside and like a cork in the middle.
Yeah.
And so the cork can be turned into a press board and paper and stuff. So they make a press board in China out of it, and that's like the clothing I'm wearing is actually hemp, but it's made in China. And so they've really, and it's also something that the Chinese have been very good at marketing. And so the linen that is sold in stores today China is actually hemp, but they call it linen so that people won't know what it is and they get it past the marketers. The only linen that isn't made out of hemp is Irish linen, which is made out of flax. But any other linen that comes from China is actually hemp disguised as something else. But yeah,
Put a different name on it. It's sort of like pharmaceutical drugs. Instead of calling it heroin, they call it Oxycontin, right?
Yeah. And in Spain and France, they grow a lot of hemp to use for cigarette papers and rolling papers.
Right.
And they also, I think that's where they grow the hemp that they use in making bills, because there's a lot of, currency. We got this plastic money stuff anyway. A lot of it's had a certain amount of hemp in it for various reasons. It's just a really good paper making product.
Now, just to flip back to the history section for a second, in the movie we just watched, plus in your book, you talk about people used to be able to pay their taxes with it.
Oh yeah, back in the 1700s and 1800s, hemp was essential for a good navy because it was used for rope and the canvas for the sails, and so there was a lot of pressure on the British to get hemp from other sources because the British had a really big navy, but they couldn't grow hemp very well. And so when they helped develop the colonies, the main reason for that was actually for essentially raw hemp that was then shipped back to Britain and manufactured. And so farmers were at one point, I think, that the king passed a decree that 10% of the land had to be in hemp cultivation, and there were other times where it was required that hemp was part of the taxes, or that you could pay all of your taxes just in bales of hemp.
Wow. Now, being our country is celebrating the War of 1812 before we were even a country, and the British came over here and helped the Native Indians in this war against the U.S. What was on those ships, like, to come over here? Like you say, the sails were made with hemp. A lot of the clothing and stuff like that was made from hemp.
Yeah, the rope was all made out of hemp as well. And I guess they used a kind of hemp glue sort of resin from the sea to help plug the holes to the ship as well.
Seal it and the whole bit.
Yeah, like sealant that used the hemp oil in it as well. But the heaviest uses would certainly be all the rope and the sail cloth as well.
Do you think that
to the canvas, right? So,
do you think while we're celebrating that here in Canada, you think that they'll mention any of this in that in this celebration, that how important hemp was in that war?
Oh, the upper government will never do anything like
that. No,
No,
they won't do that. No. Okay, let's move on to the next chapter, the healing nature chapter. Within that, you touch on conditions that helps along with side effects of legal choices. Did you do this to show people that there is a choice, like sort of, because you do compare some of the drugs to cannabis for medical reasons? I guess that sort of to help show people the difference.
Yeah, I tried to write that chapter in the most effective way that I could. And I tried to write it for people as well, like I've tried to write the whole book for people to read that have really no experience with cannabis at all. Yeah. And so having, comparisons and kind of a broader approach was important to me. And so, I'm writing the whole book. I try to keep my opinion out and just kind of put in facts.
Exactly.
Right. So it's like, I have my opinions, but this is what others have said, and kind of document that as much as possible.
Right.
Because, in a lot of cases, experts have written things things far better than I could have rewritten. And so, like in particular, like, that chapter also talks about some of the potential consequences of using this.
Correct, it does. Yes. You don't look at it as just cannabis has no harm. You actually include the side effects in it as well. Yep.
Yeah,
which a lot of people don't recognize, and you have to do that.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of negative consequences of cannabis use as well, and heard enough to know that it's not this wonderful drug that's going to make everybody feel better, like maybe acid is. I'm kidding. But it's
well,
something
you touch on that. You do touch on that. So we're gonna get to that in a second. We're getting there. We're not there yet.
Jumping ahead, yeah. But it's something that I think people need to be aware of the good, the bad, and the very good. And there's lots of benefits of this plant, but there are things people should be aware of, especially in dealing with youth. I think too obvious when people are humans are still developing. You shouldn't be giving them strong drugs. Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, we're gonna pause for the YouTube cause, and then we'll get on to a couple more questions, and then we'll be done. Be right back. Right, we're back, and we're moving on to the next chapter, prohibition. When I got into the prohibition part, I was looking for way we look at prohibition as we know it today. But you went way back in prohibition, I thought, and you really touched on the effect that religion has in prohibition. And So go ahead. If you want, this is what my question is. What effect did religion have on prohibition?
I think people underestimate the impact that all religious prohibitions have had on our society here in Western society anyway. And I thought it was important to go back to the earliest prohibitions because, religiously, or the religious prohibitions really weren't even stopping people from using this plant. It was only telling them to use it at certain times and places, and then it was only for the priest to use the temple, and then eventually they couldn't even use it. Anyone using it was killed even.
Yes.
And so, a lot of times people think that, prohibition is something that evolved in the last century. Well, really, prohibitions and the persecution of people using plant medicines to heal and enlighten themselves has been going on for a very, very long time. And it's not something new. And if you understand the history of prohibition, you see the very same tactics coming up that started with the Book of Law at 600 BC, when a path to lies was just put out into the public and people sucked it up. And ever since then, these prohibitionists have used the media to create a frenzy about drugs in a way that has been very harmful to not just the drug users, but society as a whole, I would suggest. Mm-hmm. And so, the prohibition is nothing new. And I think also when you gain a sense of how long this battle has been between plant users and the military complex, if you call it that, you get a sense of what we're really up against on one hand, but then I think also get a sense that this kind of cultural umbrella is starting to fade. That we're actually just now getting out of the dark ages, as they were called. And so I really have a great sense of hope for humanity, because these ancient prohibitions are being seen for what they are, which is really a charade for control.
Yeah, because I know when I read that section and I was reading it, I was just I was going wow inside my head, and going like people were being like killed because of the fact that they didn't follow somebody else's belief, and it just didn't make right to me. So I was seeing it as religion was the spot before governments were ruling the people, religion was ruling the people, and then governments come along, and now governments are trying to turn people to think that the way that they want to be, just like the religion was.
Well, it's this back and forth battle, right?
Yeah.
People just created government to take power away from the church and these religious zealots. And so these religious zealots just didn't give up and say, oh, now there's government. We can't impose our moral beliefs upon the population. They've just consolidated their energy and focused on taking control of the political power. So they couldn't just erase government. Believe me, most people, religious extremists, would rather have no government at all, so that they could just take full control and kill everyone that doesn't believe them. And
yeah.
So, this back and forth battle between these religious powers using government to impose their moral beliefs and people struggling for their freedoms. This is a long and historical battle. This isn't something that just kind of erupted in the 60s or where they gained control in the 20s or 30s. It's been a very long and hard fought battle, and millions and millions of people have died on our side, not theirs. It's not like the pagans went and killed the Christians very often because the Christians did their thing. The Christians came after us. So it's like millions and millions and millions of pagans have died in this, essentially, or had their lives taken away in room and their houses burned, their property seized, or condemned and driven out of town, or whatever the case is. It's been a very tragic circumstance, and as I think it was Norm Stamper said from Leap in the United States, next to slavery, prohibition is the worst set of policies that humanity has ever enacted.
To quote another member of Leap, Peter Crisp, he always talks about on Time for Hemp. The first prohibition that was out there consisted of three people: Adam and Eve and the Creator. And the Creator said, "Do not eat from that tree of life," right? And what happened? We all know he ate the apple. So if one creation can't watch two people, then how does prohibition expect to work over millions of people across the world?
That's a funny way of putting it. I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah, he says our Creator, he couldn't watch over two people. So how do they expect everything else to work together? Okay, let's jump to the next. Let's jump to the next one, the counterculture one. In there, you talk about for a while there, cannabis had lost some appeal during because of the psychedelic drugs, which brings us to the LSD. What was the effect of the psychedelic era on the cannabis movement?
Well, certainly cannabis was around in the 1950s and early 60s. It hadn't been completely erased among the jazz musicians and sailors as well. People that traveled to other parts of the world where hash in particular was available. Yeah. And there's been good hash available for thousands of years. So people were still smoking that through the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, and so it was around. But really, what made the use of cannabis explode towards the end of the 1960s was the psychedelic community. Just the way it came out of nowhere in the American scene. Ironically, through the U.S. military and their attempts to control people in the way they think, and so it was really this, like I say, sort of explosion in creativity and freedom and a sense of awakening, and that really brought cannabis use more to the more common people. And ironically, the Vietnam War as well was a big factor in that, because cannabis went being grown and used in Vietnam, and the soldiers went over there, and all of a sudden it was very common to not only smoke grass, but even to smoke opium, and to really question the motivations of the American government in general. And so a lot of Vietnam vets came back, needing to supply their heroin addiction by selling pot and having a real hate on to the American government. And so the return of the vets from Vietnam was also instrumental in the revival of cannabis, because a lot of them even brought the tea back to Vietnam. And as you know, the song Steve Earle song, Copperhead Road, people started to make an economy out of it here in North America.
Yeah. Yes. That chapter I found very interesting, because you got right into the Timothy O'Leary, or talking about the way that they traveled around the country, and then, like you say, you went right into the Vietnam War. The movie that we just watched, it touched on the Vietnam War and the effect that it had on the cannabis culture as well. Into the next chapter, we've got 2 more chapters here. Cannabis Today chapter. You're talking about the politics, some of the politics in there. Does it seem that there are many politicians who believe that the prohibition of cannabis is wrong, but they refuse to speak out for one reason or another, whether their party may be against it, or that they fear that if they talk about cannabis, it just won't people won't vote for it?
Yeah, they're afraid of their religious rights, and some of them should be, given where they live, because the religious right can be very vocal and very focused. If you say something that pisses them off, then you're a target to them, and so that fear, is quite a dominant factor. I've heard of even locally in Victoria, right, where we live in a relatively aware society, but there's a lot of pockets within Victoria, the old guard, where there's lots of money and power, and they're not at all wanting to legalize pot. They're that 1%, right?
Right.
And so, that 1% is not on board, and so, the politicians, pay a lot of attention to that, and so, the combination of those 2 factors makes it so that very few politicians are really willing to speak out. Unless there is a clear majority, or they have some other personal life experience that makes them aware of the follies of prohibition. And so in that case, it depends on their political stripes. But there are, members of the Conservative Party that criticize the Canadian government for what they do as well. But and there's members of the Liberal Party and the NDP that are not at all supportive of legalization. So like there's, even within the parties themselves, there is an agreement on how to go. But there are more and more politicians that are questioning it, certainly here in BC and more outside of Canada, I think, than even in this country at this point, because you don't want to piss off the help it.
Yeah. As of today, the way I know it, when it comes to the political parties, it's really just the Conservatives that are out against it as far as cannabis, because the Green Party, taxation and regulation. The Liberals, we know that they're at their convention, yet policy, but yet in their convention, the delegates all agreed that taxation and regulation is the way to go. The NDP, they want to have a discussion on it, maybe another study, and the Conservatives, we know, are going to jail. So you got to hope that the next election, that something good will come of all this, because the Conservatives are
the next election or next generation. Like, we're friends with kids that are in the Conservative Party at the University of Victoria, and they've tried to put it on the platform to legalize pot, because from a conservative economic perspective, the war on drugs doesn't make sense. They need to legalize it and regulate it and tax it. So and so, but you're quite right. We need a major change in government here, and a major shift in policy. The Liberals have not been impressive at all when they did have power there.
That's right.
On this matter, and NDP, it looks hopeful, but I'm not certain at all that they will make this a priority. I think our real hope is in court, and that's where I put my focus. And now that I have my book, I can likely get qualified as an expert witness in court. And really, I've never focused on politics as being the vehicle for change. Politics is a reflection of the change that's already occurred.
We got to pause for the YouTube cause. We'll be right back. All right. Okay. Because the way that things look, so there is like you mentioned a conservative. You've got a friend at that end. I know here at our last movie, we did have a member from our riding, from our conservative MP. He came. He talked to us. He asked how he could help out. I've been talking with him, and yeah, he's above board. He understands things, but yeah, like you said, it's the party that is against it, and it's makes it very hard for them in order to get it out in the open and to be discussed. So, okay, now into the last chapter, cannabis in the future. I have one question, I guess. So I'm sure we can expand on that. What can people do to help in order to make this, better for everybody?
Well, I would say the first thing people can do is to likely learn more. That even after 17 years, I'm constantly learning and exploring, because there's always new things happening, and it's really exciting industry. I guess the second thing would be to try to attend events that cannabis activists are putting on, because a lot of people like yourself there today, put a fair amount of effort into putting events together, big or small, and it means a lot to have people show up. And I would like to think that the events I put together are often some of the funnest and often free and really socially engaging events in town. So, attending events and helping promote events, even if you can't attend, is something to do. And from there, it depends on a person's skill set and their interest and their resources. It's hard to say that everybody should be doing this one thing. Aside from learning and sharing what they know, right? Like that comes with it. Obviously, you're obliged to share when you have knowledge. But it's something that there's a lot of directions to take. I think the majority of people could probably use a lot more hemp products than they're using right now. And so switching over to environmentally friendly products is one thing, but putting your money where your mouth is and really financially supporting the cannabis entrepreneurs and stores and people that are really working this, because here in Canada we're really at the beginning of a huge industry, and if we start really putting our money where our mouth is, then they'll start developing more production facilities. They'll have more kinds of hemp products, and the prices will go down. There'll be more choices, and it's already happening year by year. There's more hemp products, more hemp businesses, and very excellent healthy products. Skincare products, all that sort of stuff. So that would be another thing that I think the average person could do that ultimately helps legalize plant, because it's really important for all sorts of reasons that hemp is brought back.
Correct. Okay. I got two more questions. One of them is, where is your book available?
Well, it's available on Amazon. It's available at we got hempology.ca. So we got a online store where we sell like this T-shirt here for Team 420, and sell organic hemp and cotton. We sell buttons and T-shirts and stickers at hempology.ca again. It's available in some stores in Toronto. I think there's 4 or 5 stores, like the Friendly Strangers got it. Toronto Hemp Company's got it. I'm going to get in trouble for forgetting places now.
Well, what about any of the vapor lounges? I know you were doing the tour of the vapor lounges. Any of them carrying it?
Yeah, I think that they're, yeah, you're right. Sorry, Vapor Central should have it. Vapor Village, I think, is another one that has it. I have a complete list. I don't think so, sorry. Yeah, I think the complete list of the stores is, either at hempology.ca if you go into the hempology, go into the forums, I guess, in the hempology activities.
Okay.
So
like you said, it's available at hempology.ca as well, right?
Yeah.
You got a Facebook page for it as well?
Yeah, I got a Facebook page. You can go there and find the list of the stores it's available in.
Yeah. Last question to you. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Well, I would. In November, we're going on the next kind of big phase of our book tour, which is taking us all the way to Halifax. And I've mentioned the club a little bit, but I teach a free lecture series at the University of Victoria. Hempology 101 is the largest student club on campus there.
So you're in a Canadian university teaching a hemp class?
It's a free non-credit lecture, so you don't sign up and pay for it. There's no tests or anything. We actually broadcast live and put it up on YouTube as well. And they're hour-long lectures this year. And so next week I'm doing a lecture on the Marijuana Tax Act, so like a full hour on that. But we're starting to expand hempology to other universities. We started a few years ago. We have clubs now at UBC, VIU in Nanaimo on the island, and now I have one at Mount Allison University in New Brunswick. And now that I have the textbook, we're really expanding into other universities very, very fast right now. And the main, project we're starting off with is a cannabis convention. I've held 13 at UVic, where it's pretty simple. We just book a room, get a bunch of speakers, make a poster, and invite people to come listen for the afternoon. And usually it's from like 1 to 4, and then we have a 4:20 after. And so we're going to have a cannabis convention in November at Dalhousie.
Dalhousie?
In New Brunswick. Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have Mount Allison in New Brunswick. And then we're going to have one at Carleton University in Ottawa. And then we're going to come and have one at the University of Toronto.
Fantastic.
Just, lining up the speakers for these events. But we hope to leave behind hempology clubs that will have a number of events where they can have movie nights and speaking events and do other fun things. We're here. One of the things we're starting to do is arrange kind of meet and greet nights where, like in Vancouver, we're going to have all the UBC students coming down to the Vapor Lounge, and we're going to have an evening in the Vapor Lounge where the students can hang out with Jody Emery and Gaynell Larson and people working in the cannabis industry in Vancouver, and give Randy Kane, give kind of the activists and students a chance to get to know each other and hang out. And so we're going to be doing that we won't be doing that on our tour very much. We're just going to be getting the conventions going. But we created a really good model for a student club. We're the largest and most popular club at the University of Victoria. And we think we should be on every campus in North America and the world. And, getting the students engaged in this and connecting, researchers, professors, students, activists, and everybody together on the more academic sort of front. So we're really excited to be
getting professors and teachers on board is a good thing. Very good thing. Does anybody have any questions on Ted's book? No. You're commenting. Good book. While we were talking, they were passing it around and taking a look at it, so that everybody could see for themselves what was all in your book there. Well, Ted, at this moment, I'd like to say thank you for taking your time to educate everybody on the theme of history of cannabis. And
thank you.
And I'd also like to thank Gerhard and the staff here at the Grindhouse in Campbellford for being present and everybody being present today. And for the people on YouTube, thank you for being people advocating cannabis education. So until next time, thank you, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Al.
sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrancy, nature's embrace and every breeze. Let the good times roll and shine in this golden dawn that you are mine. Waves of green under the endless sky, roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face, every spirit's in this sacred place. Every laugh shed, every moment we find, with heartbeat our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space, no stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Hey, Can FM. It's time for another episode of High Vibes with Dr. High. How y'all doing tonight? I hope you're doing great. We got a lot of new music coming out tonight. 6 songs coming at you. I'm hoping you're going to enjoy them. A lot of EDM, trance music coming tonight, and some interesting things. The first song I'm going to get into with you is called The Medicine Box. As you may know, I work at a First Nations dispensary called The Medicine Box. And this song is kind of a tribute to my new employer. I'm really loving working there. I'm hoping to be there for the next 8 or 10 years, as long as I'm going to continue working. Really loving it, loving the people, love the product, love the environment, love the energy. So great. So I have put this song together for them. I hope you enjoy it. It's called The Medicine Box. It's a reggae trance fusion, and it's pretty cool. Let's go.
Not every dispensary feels like this. This ain't corporate cannabis. This is the Medicine Box. Indigenous owned, community driven, and stocked with fire.
Welcome to the Med Box, where the vibes always lit. Pre-rolls roll tight and the flowers legit. You walk through the door and the energy's right. Big smiles, big jaws, big terpene delight. Clones in the corner, clean glass on display. Knowledge at the counter, no script, just a help away. From vapes to edibles, cards to wax, The team knows what's fire and they always got facts. It's the medicine box, no license, no gate, just bomb weed, good people, and premium bakes. You want choice, we got it. From THC to CBD, get served with respect and leave feeling free. Sane Health Canada, so you get what you need. No THC limits, just high grade weed. Whether you're microdosing or chasing the sky, you'll find your high here, no lie. Just buy. You got questions, we got more than replies, but tenders with passion and honest eyes. This is a team, not a sales floor hustle. They'll match your vibe without stress or muscle. It's a medicine box, no barcode blues, just custom care and high grade news. Flower vapes, concentrates, and hash. Knowledge in your bag, fire in your stash. It's the medicine box, no barcode blues, just custom care and high grade news. Flower vapes, concentrates, and hash. Knowledge in your bag, fire in your stash. Modern as hell, but the roots run deep. Indigenous pride in the air and shared with the peeps. Mohawk language, donations for schools. You feel the respect, the love, the rules. No suit and tie vibe, just people who care. From grandma's gummies to the streetwear flair, where you're chilling or on a healing path. You leave the med box with a reason to laugh. This ain't just a shop, it's the new gold standard. From newbies to heads, every guest gets pampered. Fresh drop Fridays, discounts roll smooth. The vibes stay high and the customers groove. So if you're in Oka, take that ride. The medicine box ain't a place, it's a state of mind. Weed, wellness, and service. It's on lock, say let's roll up and welcome to the med box. Medicine box, the legacy way. No gatekeepers here, just freedom and flame. From Oka with love, from the roots to the top. Cannabis done right, it's the real one stop. She's the medicine box, the legacy way. No gatekeepers here, just freedom and flame. From Oka with love, from the roots to the top. Cannabis done right, it's the real one stop shop.
That was the medicine box. I wonder how you liked it. I'm at the medicine box 3 days a week, from Friday noon till 10, Saturday noon till 10, Sunday noon till 10. If you want to come down, we'll help you find exactly what you need. It's a great environment. We've got great food there, nice bistro, really cool cold drinks and great coffees, and really friendly staff, good people. So you'll have a great time and you'll leave with exactly what you came looking for. So come see us at the Medicine Box. Next song, Blunt Force Frequencies. Sticking with the EDM theme, this song is kind of cool sonically. It has some really neat transitions and great effects, and kind of neat. This is kind of designed for the rave scene, music festivals, someplace like that. It's pretty cool. So let's get into it. Blunt Force Frequencies.
Rolled up that like a thundercloud. Baseline drops and the crew gets loud. Eyes red, heart thumping in sync. This ain't a vibe, this is groupthink. Pull that hit like a ritual start. Now we speaking coughs and cannabis art. Every breath go deep in the beat. We don't dance, we fucking compete. Light up. This we don't like, just amplify. Blunt force frequency. We loud, we lit, past that little tree. We burn, we hit, got no enemies. Just buds, that's it. Feel that's for me. That bass, legit. That's that joint like a sacred text. Whole squad flow, we ain't even flex. Eyes on glow, thoughts on spin. That good pot got us wide from within. Volume climbs like a mountain wave. Ganja priest to these hits we crave. If you ain't down to vibe this deep, then take that seat. This crowd don't sleep. This shit don't Blunt force frequency, we loud, we lit past that AOG. We burn, we hit, got no enemies. Just buds, that's it, feel that's the need. That bass, legit. Gravity's off and we float through space. Hotbox time in a weed-filled case. Headphones loud, joints on fire. This beat's goddamn amplified. We got wisdom, the track got teeth. Blew that smoke through every belief. If the cops show up, just pass them a hit. Even pigs want peace when the vibes are lit.
There's a frequency you don't hear. You feel it behind your eyes. It's not in the bass. It's in the burn. We're transmitting. You're already part of it.
Blunt force frequency, turn up, get gone. Past that LAG, all night till dawn. Got no enemies, just grass, just kin. Feel that set to me, let it begin. Ash on the table, mine's on tilt. Shit we seen, could rebuild guilt. Tripped through truth and came back clean. Pot don't lie, it shows you the scene. Laughing too hard, forgot my name, but the beat remembers it. Plays no games, this moment's etched in THC and branded forever in frequency.
We don't just get high, we synchronize. Blunt force log and transmission.
And that was Blunt Force Frequencies. Excuse me, smoking on my Gas Gang pen here while the songs are playing, and that one's a little bit in my chest. All right, so we all know what it's like to wake up after being stoned and have the munchies. Happens to me all the time. I'll fall asleep on the couch watching a movie or a TV show. Then I'll wake up. It's like 12:30 in the morning, and I got this craving for sugar like crazy. So I'll go and I'll gobble up a few cookies or eat some chocolate or whatever the case may be. And I bet I'm not the only one. I bet you there's more out there like me, that's for sure. So this little song, a fun song, weed song, kind of silly, but it's called Midnight Munchies Manifesto. And it's fun. So let's check it out.
If weed's the priest, the fridge is the temple. We gather not to pray, but to snack. Red, but the vision's clear. Moonlight beams on my stoner gear. Kitchen tiles like a cosmic grid. Each step sacred like a pyramid. Nacho dust like war paint bright. Raisin snacks from the tomb of night. I took an oath with the munchie gods. Pizza slice like the face of God. Midnight munchies ride the high. Stone in space with an apple pie. Taste the stars, lick the sky. Don't ask why, just get high and fly. On my shirt, weed in my chest. Taco shell, halo, I'm truly blessed. Mouth full of kush, soul at ease. Manifest joy through snacks. And ramen steam in a gastric swirl. Chew through time in a Dorito whirl. Peanut butter spoon like a magic wand. Bite so deep I met the beyond. Bong in one hand, fork in the other. Talking to my snacks like they were my brother. Leftover sing in a heavenly key. Fridge got more wisdom than a PhD. One more bite to unlock the gate. One more hit and I levitate.
munchies ride the high. Stoned in space with an apple pie. Taste the stars, lick the sky. Don't ask why, just get high and crumbs on my shirt, weed in my chest, taco shell halo, I'm truly blessed. Mouth full of meaning, soul at ease, manifest joy through snacks. And microwave beef like a synth on Pedro. Warmed up truth in a Tupperware glow. Banana with chips, stoner cuisine. Tastes like cheese dreamt up the scene. Late night sesh with cereal and hash. Preaching on rhythm with the weedy splash. Fridge is a portal, snacks are divine. Ate a whole cheesecake, lost track of time. If hunger is the question, weed is the answer. And the answer tastes like nacho heaven. Now I'm sitting on the floor with a cosmic grin. Ramen steam like a gastric sin. Ate the labels at the smoking blue dream. Tasted the heavens in cool whipped cream. If you feel the vibe, come ride this wave. Midnight munchies, loud and brave. One last bite and I'll transcend till we meet again, my snackhead friends. Midnight munchies, ride the high. Stoned in space with an apple pie. Taste the stars, lick the sky. Don't ask why, just get high and crumbs on my shirt, weed in my chest, taco shell halo, I'm truly blessed. Mouth full of meaning, soul at ease, manifest joy through snacks and weed. I think I ate the meaning of life.
And that was Midnight Munchies Manifesto. Fun little song, all about the munchies in the middle of the night, getting high with some apple pie and kissing the stars and licking the sky. Just for fun. All right, so you notice the Dr. High's 420 Anthems Ultimate Cannabis Music Collection is available now on Spotify. It's free. If you just have to have a free Spotify account, and you can go into that playlist. It includes all the Dr. High songs that you see here on High Vibes with Dr. High, plus all the other artists, Los Marijuanos, Eminem, Ice Cube, Wiz Khalifa, Snoop Dogg. It's a mix. It's a full playlist. It's more than 7 hours long now. But the one thing that every song has in common is it's only about weed. So it's perfect for when you're camping or having a party at your house or whatever the case may be. Check it out on Spotify. Dr. High's 420 albums, anthems, the playlist. All right. Next song, another new song. It's called Gravity's a Suggestion. Now, I don't know whether you've ever felt this, but I have at times smoked joints and been sitting there and actually felt like I was levitating from the high, floating in space in that area. Just a weird sensation, but it's almost like you leave your body, you become weightless. And perhaps gravity is a suggestion, just like reality. I don't know. Let's find out. Gravity's a suggestion.
got a suggestion. I declined. Laid on my bed, felt the floor drift off. Ceiling melted, I have cotton mouth. Weed in my bloodstream, chills in my spine. Conjure God, say you're right on time. Hash orbits like Saturn's rings. Silence louder than anything. I'm floating now, nothing to prove. Weightless in a perfect groove. Gravity's a suggestion, not a rule I obey. I flow with the rhythm, smoke through the day. Sky ain't the limit, that's just what they say. I'm already gone and the storm's delayed. Don't tell me to come down, I live in a sin. Weed in my lungs and my worries spent. If Earth calls back, I might not respond. I'm too far gone, vibing beyond.
Saw the moon through my vape cloud swirl. Galaxies bend in a perfect twirl. My hoodie's got stars and the words stay high. Courtesy of that Dr. High guy. Read his book while I hit this pipe. Floated off logic, learn what's right. But damn, it feels good to understand. I'm stoned with the cosmos in both my hands.
Gravity's a suggestion, not a rule I obey. I flow with the rhythm, smoke through the day. Sky ain't the limit, that's just what they say. I'm already gone and the stoner's delayed. Don't tell me to come down, I live in a sin. Weed in my lungs and my worries spent. If Earth calls back, I might not respond. I'm too far gone, vibing beyond.
If time can bend, so can wait. If highs a place, I'm never late.
Gravity's a suggestion, not a rule I obey. I flow with the rhythm, smoke through the day. Sky ain't the limit, that's just what they say. I'm already gone and the stoner's delayed. Don't tell me to calm down, I live in a sin. Weed in my lungs and my worries spent. If Earth calls back, I might not respond. I'm too far gone, vibing beyond.
Gravity's a suggestion. Sometimes it just might be. What's the reality? We don't know. We just get high and keep moving forward. That's all we can do. Keep living life. Don't worry about the details. All right. Another new song coming. This one is called One to Burn. I'm sure we have all had the experience where we're supposed to get together with a friend and they text you like, on my way, right? OMW, on my way. And we continue to wait and they're not there yet. And it's like, hey, what's going on? You know, we've been waiting. You were on your way, but you're not here yet. You know what? Fuck it. I'm lighting up. I'm getting high. I'm not going to wait anymore. And this is the story of that situation. Unapologetic. It's self-care. You got to do you sometimes. You know what I mean? As long as you haven't smoked the only joint that your buddy was coming over to join you with. If there's more weed, it's all good. So there we go. One to burn. Let's see if this story matches yours.
Don't ask me to wait. You knew what time I sparked.
I wanna burn and I ain't ashamed. Preheated the vibe before y'all came. Shoes off, snacks out, music's tight. Lit that joint like a beacon in the night. Text said, oh, I'm W, but that was a lie. So I sparked up solo like a stoner samurai. Peaceful as hell with this pot in my chest. Y'all late anyway, I'm just blessed. Just me, my weed, and some nanny in loops. Laughing at nothing in cannabis truth. This ain't rude, this is self-care. So when you get here, act like it's fair. Once a burn, I earned this hit. First in the circle, y'all late, don't trip. Weed still plenty, but I live mine first. Once a burn, to satisfy my stoner thirst. Bongs clean ashtrays art. I pre-warm the vibe like a human spark. This, that good grass roll like a cone. Tastes like freedom, it burns, I'm home. You walk in and say, damn, you started. Yeah, bro, that weed is now departed. I live in this vibe, I'm just letting y'all visit. And that first blunt, oh yeah, I kissed it. No guilt, no shame, no delay. We light up life our own damn way. First to blaze, last to judge. This weed forgives, it don't hold grudge. One to burn, I earned this hit. First in the circle, y'all late, don't trip. Weed still plenty, but I live mine first. One to burn, to satisfy my stoner thirst.
He who sparks first often giggles alone.
But he who waits just gets
I love the crew, but damn, I need this a little solo puff for the mental reset. Sometimes that just me, it hits the best, like I'm rolling with stars. No need for the rest, so show up late, I'll pass the next. But the first was mine, full lungs, no regrets. I didn't cheat, I set the tone. One to burn in my stoner zone. One to burn, don't judge the flame. First in the circle, ain't playing no game. We still plenty, hit this and learn. Vibes brilliant, thanks to one to burn. Y'all lucky I didn't finish the whole zip.
One to burn. Gotta look out for yourself sometimes. Fun little song. All right. So one of the first places I can ever recall being exposed to weed in public was at rock concerts. I was really lucky. I grew up in Windsor, Ontario, which was right across the river from Detroit. So I was able to attend all the biggest concerts very, very easily. They had a bus that you could hop on the Windsor side. It took you directly to Cobo Hall or Joe Louis Arena. That's where all the shows were. We'd get over there. The bus would drop us off. You'd go into your concert. You'd come out. Buses would be waiting. They'd bring you right back to Canada. It was awesome. So there was a lot of weed smoking going on at concerts back in 1980 moving forward, because that's when I really started to see them. I saw a couple of shows prior, but after 1980, once I started high school, every big show you had to go. You just had to be there. That was just the way it was, you know. We stood in line for tickets. We did all of those things. But those were some of the first places I remember smelling weed. And the next song, Light Up and Live Free, kind of really works well with that. This song is a song that's designed to be played in a club. It's designed to be used where people gather. It's a rallying cry for cannabis, because really lighting up and smoking some weed is just asserting your own personal freedoms. And that should be allowed, because not only should we have the right to determine what goes on with our own bodies, but this plant hurts no one. As a matter of fact, it helps many. So I think we should all join together and play this song loud everywhere we go. We want to light up and live free. We want to live without apology. We want to love what frees us. We want to get high, and we want to stay human. Let's go.
I came with a blunt and a fuck you grin. High heels off, let the rave begin. Weed in my lungs, truth in my teeth. No gods, no masters, just vibes beneath. They said slow down, but I lit up faster. Out here chasing a high, not disaster. This life ain't meant to be quiet and clean. We break the rules just to feel seen. One love, one crew, one reason to light it again. Freedom ain't fucking giving you roll it and breathe it in. Right up and live free. We burn, we fly. Never go hidely. We blaze, we ride. Fuck you're so free. Thoughts are creed. High is a right, not a need. Yes, indeed. Run through weed fields with eyes on fire, chasing the beat like it says get higher. Pass that joint like a golden key, unlocking the chains that set me free. The beat, the jugs, and the eyes, we toast with weed under rebel skies. Not here to behave, we came to belong, so spark that shit, we're already gone. No leash, no label, no box you can trap me in. If peace is a felony, then light me the fuck up again. Light up and live free, we burn, we fly. Never but only, we blaze, we ride. Fuck your degree, spots are green. High is a right, not a lead, yes and every hit I take's another line crossed, another law bent, another lie lost. Weed ain't evil, it's the fucking cure. A plant that says you're safe, you're pure. My people ain't criminals, we're high and kind. Just look at the smile that this pot designed. We're not broken, we're redefined, but loud and unconfined. It's not just smoke, it's a signal to live without apology, to love what frees you, to get high and stay human. Light up and live free. Never we blaze. Fuck us so greedy. Spots are great. High is a right, not a need. Yes, indeed.
This for the ones who were told pipe down, for every stoner outlaw in every small town.
You live anyway, you lived your way, and the smoke you left still glows today. So here's to the high, and here's to the crew, to the brave and bake. The honest is true, we ain't perfect, but we're fucking free. That's how it's meant to be.
We went up to feel real. We got high to live free.
Light up and live free. It's a motto we should all live by, and we should share, share, share. Let's try and break the stigma. I mean, let's do our best to try and get people to understand that cannabis is as normal as a glass of wine or a beer. It is actually far less harmful. Okay, so from a song that talks about freedom to a song that has some meaning to me personally. I was involved in the outlaw cannabis culture for a long time. Part of what I did was move money around the world so that it got cleaned up and would end up back here in Canada and be useful to the growers who were growing the weed and exporting it to the United States. I got caught up in a racketeering case with them due to an informant, and that cost me more than 8 years of my life. So I understand what's going on when we have people locked up for weed offenses. That's for sure. My sympathies go out to every family, every loved one, every person who cares about them, and to the guys who are locked up, because I'll tell you, after all those many years, you don't necessarily come home the same. So the next song, Under the Lights, is a song about a grower I worked with who started off out in the country, nice and small, and got big, and crazy things happened, and he got a lot of attention and made a lot of money, but eventually the police came knocking at the door. But one thing was safe. That was the money that he had hidden away that I had helped him fix. So here we go, Under the Lights.
Built it slow, brick by brick. No flash, just sweat and money thick. I'll pass town where roads fade away. I found a place where my plants could play under LEDs and mountain sun. I grew what healed, hurt no one. A Dr. High hoodie stained with soil and sweat. A life not allowed, but no regret. The world below could chase their fame. I just fed the roots without any shame. Under the light, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. Only cash, cars, and women all around. I knew how to clean the money I found. Out and got bold. Strength came of gold. I said no. But money talks, and soon my doors had heavier knocks. My name was whispered in smoked out bars. They drove from cities, lit cigars. I lost the hush, I lost the hill, but I kept on growing, I kept the will. You can't find peace when greed walks in. Beautiful green plants turn to spros who sin. Under the lights, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I want to catch and women all around. But I know how to run. Walked the boots and blue flood beams. Saw my dream ripped apart at the seams. They took the plants, they took the distillate jars. They can't reach the cash hidden under the stars. I lit one right there on the hill as they ripped me rights against my will. A few seeds fell from my sleeve. I gripped it ugly.
So, Under the Lights. Little autobiographical information in there, that's for sure. But you know what? The experience, it enlightened me. I was on kind of the wrong path, not with the weed, but with the money and the lifestyle comes, other things. So, it's probably a good thing that I got caught when I did and things changed, So I learned shortcuts, they don't pay. They just lead to trouble. That's why I work so hard and so diligently on Dr. High. This is a real passion and labor for me, and nobody's going to take it away. It doesn't make money, but it's okay. I love what I do. All right. Next song, No Gravity. We've heard this one before. I played it on the show before. This is kind of like how when you smoke weed, your problems can kind of just drift away for a little while, right? While you're high for a couple hours, you can just kind of feel the weight come off you, kind of like you're lifted, like stay lifted. There's a reason that these words are used within our culture. So No Gravity is about staying lifted, keeping your feet off the ground and your mind clear. Let's check it out.
Pressure's up, world's too loud. Head full of smoke, feet on the ground. Eyes to the ceiling, mind in bloom. Lit one up just to clear the room. Everything's heavy, dragging me down. Same old news, same old town. I float above, I break the chains. Inhale deep, dissolve the pain. Can't feel the pull of all their gravity. I found my space in this serenity. No gravity, I'm drifting high. Weightless, all beneath the sky. Don't bring me down, I've just got free. I found my peace with Dr. Highway. Spliff in hand, I watch the stars. Dreams don't seem that far. I ain't running, just letting go. Let the weed teach me what I need to know. This ain't escaping, it's elevation. Higher thoughts, no hesitation. My body stays, but my mind descends. In this pot smoke, the static ends. Call me faded, call me slow, but you don't see the way I glow. No gravity, I'm drifting high. Weightless, soul beneath the sky. Don't bring me down, I just got free. I found my peace with Dr. Highway.
books by the bed, Dr. Hot hoodie on tight. Wrote down some truth in the dead of night. Burning slow with my playlist on. Another joy and the fear is gone. Not a care for the clock or race. Just as rhythm in sacred space. They chase the world, I chase the leaf. Roll up the calm, exhale the grief. No gravity, I'm drifting high. Weightless soul beneath the sky. Don't bring me down, I just got free. I found my peace with Dr. High and we.
No gravity. So Dr. High's about creating all kinds of music as long as it's cannabis focused. And many of us understand that cannabis can be really good for intimacy, can be great for sex, can be great for communication, can have so many real purposes within the relationship in the bedroom. Then, of course, Dr. High has to produce something that's a little bit sexy. And as we're approaching a little later in the evening in the show, hopefully the kiddies have gone to bed, but we don't get too graphic here. The only explicit content that we actually promote is marijuana, cannabis, weed, pot, grass, Mary Jane. That's the only one we promote here. No dirty talk. But this is kind of a sexy song. It's called Lit and Laced, and it should give you the vibe of New Orleans. Let's check it out. No gravity.
Smoke in the air, lace on my skin. 2 nights a game, tell me where to begin. Eyes like fire, hands so slow. One more hit, let the feeling grow. Barefoot shadows, neon glow. The world outside moves way too cold, but in this room we're lost in time, tangled up in a hazy rhyme. Breathing deep, sinking low. You light me up, now watch me glow. No past, no rules, no weight, no chains. Just a little more smoke and a little more flame. We're high, we're wild, we're tangled up in lace, spinning slow, lost in the bass. No rush, no fear, just night, ain't desire. Let it burn, let it take us higher. We're lit, we're laced, we're floating in sin. Every breath pulls me deeper in. No words, no thoughts, just rhythm and space. Wrapped up in smoke, wrapped up in lace. Fingers trace like whispers soft. I lose myself, don't turn me off. Time don't matter, we move too slow. One last drag, let's lose control. Curtains dance with candlelight. Your lips tell lies, I wanna bite. Don't say a word, just let it play. Let the night pull us away. Breathing deep, sinking low. You light me up, now watch me glow. No past, no rules, no weight, no chains. Just a little more smoke and a little more flame. We're high, we're wild, we're tangled up in lace. Spinning slow, lost in the bass. No rush, no fear, just night and desire. Let it burn, let it take us higher. We're lit, we're laced, we're floating in sin. Every breath pulls me deeper in. No words, no thoughts, just rhythm and space. Wrapped up in smoke, wrapped up in lace. No time, no place. Just hands, just taste. fade. Just fire, just fade. We're high, we're wild, we're tangled up in lace, spinning slow, lost in the bass. No rush, no fear, just night and a desire. Let it burn, let it take us higher. We're lit, we're laced, we're floating in sin. Every breath pulls me deeper in. No words, no thoughts, just rhythm and space. Wrapped up in smoke, wrapped up in lace.
And that was Lit and Laced. All right, so next song, I don't think I've ever played on the show before. It's called Hash Eaters. Now, there's a misconception about Hashashins, which was the original name for what ultimately became Assassin. They were a group of gentlemen in Syria and Persia back in, I believe, the 1300s or so, that carried out political assassinations and killings of people in their countries. Now, it was said, but it was said by their enemies, that they ate hashish and communed with hashish in order to get themselves into such a state of frenzy that they're able to go out and kill these people and commit these acts of violence. Now, we all know that cannabis doesn't do that, so it doesn't seem quite logical. But I don't know if anybody truly knows the truth of this story, but from what I have researched, it appears that it may have just been an early form of propaganda. Let's check it out. Hash Eaters.
In the desert where the moonlight glows, a secret waits where the hashish flows. Hidden hands, sun-seeking eyes, a warrior's breath before he flies.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, a fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste, before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise, eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free. Through desert smoke, they come to see. Whispered words in the palace halls, one deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves, smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Not just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they moved through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf. A secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die. The desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high, silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight, one green leaf, it fuels the light. Ooh, desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoke and sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. High on love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds. In this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture drinks that last aflow.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, got lovely.
Good morning, it's July the 3rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Cindy, are you seeing that same notification that I'm seeing?
Yeah, I was just looking at it right weird.
Yeah, it seems to be a Facebook issue going on right now. And
Just for that one room though.
yeah, it's just the one. I'm just gonna remove that. Okay. And then I'm just going to see if I can reconnect it there. And hopefully it works. Yeah. Oh, it's doing its search thing right now. So we'll see what happens. All right. So how's things new exciting today? Hey, we're back at TY. We got lost there, but we're back. I don't know how Facebook.
It's a day already. We've
oh no. I know, eh? Yeah, but you almost think we had a week off.
We're out of practice. Something has happened.
Yes. So how was Canada? How was? Oh, look at that! It fell off again. Oh well. Okay. I'll just remove it. It's just the one spot. It'll be gone. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there, but nonetheless, the show has to go on, right?
That is true.
Right. So how was last week?
Good. I haven't seen you since last Thursday, and I went to Lenny Kravitz. We had a music festival going on here in Nova Scotia in Halifax, an outdoor music festival. Nickelback was the headliner one night. Lenny Kravitz was on a Saturday night, and a band called The Killers was on Sunday night. So I went to Lenny Kravitz in the absolute pouring rain, and it was amazing. The only thing I would change, two things. I would bring an umbrella because I had a raincoat but not an umbrella, and I would have ate more mushrooms. He puts on a very the screens that he has behind him. He's got like 20-foot screens behind him that take up the whole stage, and on either side, and they are very psychedelic friendly. Like what he has, everything's melting. Things are, and I'm just like, oh, I should have had more mushrooms. Like I really should have. Like it was spectacular. Like, and so yeah, he put on a great show. You wouldn't think that the man is older than me. Like you would have thought he was in his 20s. The way he was up there rocking, going. I mean, yeah, I don't know what the rock stars are doing, but man, like he was moving around like a kid. Put on a great show. Yeah.
Oh, hey, yeah, dang. Just never know. You just never know.
And then there's me out in the audience, barely moving in the rain, and I can still barely move because of all the dampness and all the stuff. But
I know. Oh,
it was well worth it. Well worth it.
Yeah, it was. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. How about you? How was your weekend?
My weekend was spent relaxing, sitting in a chair, and doing something that I haven't done in a while, and I needed to do it, and that was to delete some pictures off my phone. My phone gave me notice that it was basically full. I have 128 gigs, 127.5 was used up. Even Messenger was telling me that it wasn't there wasn't enough room on my phone to operate properly. So I needed to do an update, and I needed 15 gigs of space to do an update. I had half. So as of now, I have deleted over 2,000 photos, and I have created 10,000 gigs of space, and I'm still 5 gigs short to update my phone. So I still have to delete like another 1,000 pictures and videos.
Wow. Wow.
So
yeah.
That's what I did over the weekend.
Fun.
And I've taken a bunch more since then. The deer out there this morning were out in the field. I had to take some pictures. Right?
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, we should get on to the news before we run out of time. And just before we get started, here we go.
Good morning, Carolyn.
Yeah, good morning, Carolyn. How you doing? All righty. Get the news going here. First story. It's ready. It's up.
Coming to us from Cannabis Law Report. We spoke about this story a little while ago, and now we're going to do the follow-up. The come down, it says, cannabis seeds and human remains, payload sent to space, didn't make it, and a crash, and a crash into the Pacific.
That's right. Exactly. We've seen some pretty interesting payloads to space since the first satellite launched in October 4th, 1957 for access to space has increased thanks largely to the commercial space industry. So too have the types of payloads that we are sending. Consider the Nike's capsule created by German aerospace startup, the Exploration Company, which launched on June the 23rd from the Vandenberg Space Force Base atop Falcon 9 rocket as part of the rideshare mission. Transporter 14.
The payload for this flight, dubbed Mission Possible, included the ashes and DNA of more than 166 deceased people provided by Saltris, which is a Texas-based memorial space flight company. While the mission achieved orbit and a controlled re-entry, the capsule's landing parachutes failed to deploy before the landing. This caused the Nix capsule to crash into the Pacific Ocean on June 24th, causing all of its cargo to be lost at sea.
This was the first time the Exploration Company sent customers payloads to space, equivalent to roughly 660 pounds of cargo. In a statement posted on LinkedIn, the company described the flight as a partial success, partial failure, as per their statement.
Yeah, the capsule was launched successfully, powered the payloads nominally in orbit, stabilized itself after separation with the launcher, re-entered and re-established communication after blackout, but it encountered an issue afterwards based on our current best knowledge, and we lost communication a few minutes before splashdown. We are still investigating the root causes and will share more information soon. We apologize to all of our clients who entrusted us with their payloads. We thank our teams for their hard work and their dedication to success. We have been pushing boundaries in record time and cost. This partial success reflects both ambition and the inherent risks of innovation, leveraging the technical milestones achieved yesterday and the lessons we will extract from our ongoing investigation. We will then prepare to refly as soon as possible.
Well, hopefully they do. So you're probably wondering, where does cannabis come in all this? Well, in addition to human remains and other payloads, Nix also carried cannabis plant matter and seeds provided by Martian Grow, obviously, now open source citizen science project. The purpose was to study the effects of microgravity on the germination and resilience, potentially providing insight into how life could adapt and fare in the Martian environment.
The first mission Bikini launched a smaller re-entry capsule in July of 2024 atop an Ariane 6 rocket, but the capsule remained in orbit after the rocket's upper stage failed to launch it and its re-entry trajectory. This latest mission aimed to test key technologies and verify the Nix capsule's ability to transport cargo to space. It hoped that future future iterations of the capsule will fly spacecraft to destinations in low Earth orbit, LEO, including the International Space Station and/or its successor stations. It'd be interesting to see if they can actually do it. I mean, they lost it all at sea, so they can't even know if they can do this grow in space.
Correct, exactly. And last week they were talking about they had all kinds of let's get this thing done. It's gonna go, and then to have it crash. Sorry for the loved ones that went down with it, but now they're talking about it's going to be probably a couple of years before they get to do it again.
Oh, that'll suck. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Sharon, she says she's good, but she's frustrated today.
Sending love, Carolyn.
Yeah. Let's hope the day gets better for you. That's for sure. Okay, let's move on to the next story, which yet again, we got 3 of our stories today are basically follow-ups to stories that we did within the last week. We haven't been around for a week. So here we go. Next story.
Yes, coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Thai cannabis advocates plan rally against imminent recriminalization.
Well, I'm glad to see that they're going to do something. They're not just going to sit back and just, okay, all right, you're going to recriminalize it again and just leave it. So it's good to see that they're fighting back. Several disgruntled Thai cannabis enthusiasts will soon be staging a protest over their country's plan to eliminate the adult use market that opened in 2022 through decriminalization measures. Now, on July the 7th, they will be picketing outside the Ministry of Health's headquarters in the Nanthapura province, a U.S. $1 billion industry, and countless shops are being threatened by Thailand's plan to return to strictly permitting medicinal cannabis.
The health ministry issued an order Tuesday outlining the new measures. It will come into force once published in the country's Royal Gazette, which is expected to occur in the coming days without opposition. Cannabis will be classified as a narcotic in the future, said Somskas Thesputin, Thailand's Minister of Public Health.
Since 2022, a highly lucrative but largely unregulated industry has emerged in the country. Tourists from throughout Asia have been coming to Thailand to indulge in legal bud, and many locals invested heavily in dispensaries to capitalize on the travelers. Now, despite the gray market's substantial economic stimulation, government officials have become increasingly concerned about unprecedented usage among children and youth that has resulted.
It's a festering problem, and we have received so many complaints, that Stutin stated. Other nations have also been putting pressure on the country to shutter its adult use sector due to large quantities of Thai pot being consistently smuggled into their countries. This trend has been prevalent in Britain, particularly Europe and abroad.
It's massively increased over the last couple of years, says Becky Wright in a statement provided to the BBC. She is a spokesperson from the National Crime Agency in London. Between 2023 and 2024, the number of people caught smuggling Thai cannabis into the United Kingdom rose from 142 per year to 800, Wright highlighted.
India, Sri Lanka, Georgia, Hong Kong, and Pakistan have also been intercepting an elevated number for illegal Thai weed packages since 2022. Asia will soon return to having 0 countries where recreational cannabis is a legal facet of the economy. Well, I mean, here in Canada, we've had that happen. We have, California cannabis coming up, and we have hash from all over the world that comes in.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can still go to events and see it listed right there, Moroccan and different countries. Yeah, exactly. So, but it's too bad. What's going to happen there. I can see where things, they didn't have any laws against it. It was really a bit of a Wild West. maybe a little bit of regulation might have been better than reducing it completely to medicinal only.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
but, yeah, that's unfortunate. All right, third story in a row. Bit of a comeback. This is something we touched on this on in a large way in our last show on Thursday, and that was on the CHS, the cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, and so on and so forth. And the both of us shared the story on our walls.
Lots of comments about it.
Yeah. So this story here, this one is, I'm going to say, basically another version of the story. They're going to talk about it and numbers and the whole bit. So more information, let's say. So here we go.
More information. Just a second. Cover the eyes. That's what they do. Coming to us, I'm going to be quiet now. Coming to us from CBC, regular cannabis use can cause a serious vomiting syndrome. Should people be warned?
Yeah. Let's see. When Brittany Ramsey started experiencing awful stomach episodes, she thought it must have been side effects of the medication she was taking to manage her diabetes. But after particularly grueling episodes, which she just could not stop vomiting, not being kept down, even small sips of water, that landed her in hospital, Ramsey knew something felt different about what she was experiencing.
Absolutely. Pesticides are terrible things. From then, the episodes got worse and worse and closer together, said Ramsey, who was a 35-year-old operations trainer at a financial firm in Cincinnati, Ohio. From 2021 to 2024, 3 years, I was hospitalized 29 times, 5 ambulance trips. One actually had to pick me up on the side of the road because I couldn't make it to the hospital. After years of undergoing, at times, invasive testing procedures to rule out Crohn's disease, gastropapitis, diverticulitis, a doctor told Ramsey about cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, CHS.
And there she is right there. Now, in recent years, some emergency rooms have been seeing an uptick in visits due to cyclic episodes of uncontrollable vomiting in cannabis users, often criticized for or characterized by experiencing temporary relief with hot showers and baths. Since it was first identified in medical literature in 2004, CHS cases have increased, possibly because of greater cannabis access or higher THC potency of products, or I'm going to add maybe pesticides.
Yep. I've actually helped a number of people with CHS, and first thing I do is find out where they're getting their cannabis from, and then get them a clean supply, and the CHS goes away, because it is about how the medicine is grown. Public health researchers suggest more awareness of CHS within the healthcare system is needed for cannabis users to get the information and support they need. Yes. They need true information. CHS is characterized by severe and persistent vomiting and is usually seen in people who have been using cannabis several times a week for multiple years. This is coming to us from Jamie Seabrook, a professor at the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics at Western University in London, Ontario.
Ramsey says she's been smoking at least once a day for over 10 years since she was 18 when she first started experiencing CHS symptoms in 2017. A 2022 study by researchers at the Ottawa Hospital Research Institute looked at the rate of emergency department visits for CHS after recreational cannabis was legalized and commercialized in Ontario, looking at nearly 13,000 CHS-related hospitalizations in Ontario from 8,140 individuals between 2014 and 2021. 13,000 people go to hospital wow.
But these are 13,000 brand new users that went, oh, it's legal, I'm allowed to use it now. So how can it be CHS if CHS is caused by using it every day over years? These people only started using it in 2017. So it makes no sense. And if it makes no sense, it can't be true. You know, so think about it, people. You got to do some deeper diving with it. You know, it is how the cannabis is grown. And, you know, there are people that have sued licensed producers. I'm one of them because we have had bad cannabis. So like technically the government gave me CHS if you want to look at it that way, if they want to, like, you know, blame it on the cannabis. So I'm baffled by it. It's something that really grinds my gears, as they would say, on because it's something that it's not the plant. It is not the plant. It's what it is, how it is grown. It is the pesticides that aren't flushed out, wrong pesticides being used. I even had one lady, her supplier was growing the cannabis in a swamp. Like, oh my God, like smoking that. Oh yeah. And if you can get people away from the dirty cannabis and onto clean stuff, like, it changes completely for these people.
Yeah. Now, they say the study published in the Journal of American Medical Association found that emergency department visits related to CHS had increased 13-fold over a period of nearly 8 years. The study doesn't show that what caused the change, but authors noted the biggest increase in visits came not after legalization in 2018, after Ontario allowed expansion of retail stores in 2020, which coincided with the COVID thing. So they didn't notice it until they didn't notice it until after 2020 when the stores expanded.
Wow. Yeah. Though we don't have numbers how many people have been diagnosed or hospitalized with CHS, online communities are filled with people looking for support. Ramsey is part of one of them, a CHS Facebook group described as a safe place to recover and learn with 3,000 members. The largest CHS Facebook group has 31,000 members. On Reddit, the group r/CHS info has 20,000 members, with discussions ranging from tips on how to manage episodes and personal anecdotes about repeated hospitalizations.
Yeah, like this number is just wow. I just went, what? Now, C. Burke, who co-authored a recent review of existing research in CHS and use, said there's been an explosion of people showing up in some North America emergency rooms of CHS within the last 7 to 8 years. The Ottawa Hospital research.
Neem oil.
Huh?
I said, when did we start using neem oil?
Yeah, well, yeah, a long time ago, actually. Yeah. The Ottawa Hospital Research Institute study showed that other cannabis-related emergency room visits, including the intoxication and dependence, saw a substantial increase starting in early 2020 as well.
Yeah. Seabrook said a likely reason for increased rates of CHS is the high THC potency of cannabis products today. THC is the compound in cannabis that is responsible for the sensation of a high most people experience when consuming it. When its potency increases, so do its harmful effects. I think we've all greened out from time to time.
Oh yeah, I have. Oh yeah, I've greened out for sure. That was when I was drinking, especially when I was drinking back over 20 years ago. But yeah, we've all greened out. Different strains of plant will have different concentrations, of active compounds measured by percentage of total weight. The potency of THC was only about 3% in the 1980s, and today, according to the Health Canada, it's averaging at 15%, with strains as high as 30%. Citing Health Canada numbers for fresh and dried herbal material.
Right. So we're talking a 400% or higher increase in potency. And for chemical concentrated extracts such as hash oil, shatter, butter, and wax, the typical potency can be up to 90%, according to Health Canada data.
And hash, how old's hash?
Yep. Hash and hash oil.
How old's cannabis oil? Didn't they wipe that on someone's feet at one time? So I don't know. Now below there, we'll go down to the lawsuit. This is a lawsuit was recently brought against Canadian cannabis production company Aurora Cannabis for the alleged negligence of failing to warn consumers about the potential risk of developing CHS from regular use of its products. The lawsuit was certified by the Ontario Superior Court of Justice last month, meaning it can proceed as a class action. Now, Margaret Weddell, the lawyer prosecuting the case, says she hopes that if the lawsuit is successful, it could have industry-wide effect, including CHS in the product labeling. Like, do they put caution, don't drink too much alcohol, you're going to get sick? On the beer,
And cannabis hypermesis.
I don't buy beer, so I don't know what all comes on warning labels anymore.
If we look at CHS, like, you know, like the fact that, you know, like if we can get rid of all the pesticides and whatnot, and we just have beautiful, clean weed, some people still are going to get sick. We have green outs. You know, like, and the last time I greened out was right after my first iboga trip, where they told me, watch out, Cindy, your cannabinoid receptors have all been cleaned out and reset. It's like you're a new user again. And so I carried on like I was, you know, carried on before iboga.
Yeah.
And I, you know, like technically, I mean, like if I had gone to the hospital, this is what I would have been diagnosed with, CHS. But what it was I put too much cannabis into my system and I just completely greened out. I vomited it up and then I slept for 20 hours and I was fine.
Fine. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think we got another paragraph or two here left and we're done.
Sure. Ideally, Health Canada will require them at some point. What else said? Health Canada does require cannabis manufacturers to warn customers about specific risks, psychotic symptoms, addiction, and dependence. But what else said? There aren't currently any requirements to specifically include CHS in those warnings. Aurora Cannabis declined to comment on the lawsuit, writing in an email statement, "It is the company's practice not to comment on legal matters beyond information that is made available to the public."
Yeah, and Seaboard finishes off saying that information exists is very important in schools and healthcare settings with its neurologists, psychiatrists, and public health officials, so we can better inform decisions. Now, I'm gonna throw something back that we always get thrown at us. I think we need more studies. They're just throwing out it's a possibility it's a THC. Is there any studies saying this?
No.
Don't they have to have some type of study in order to put a warning or anything? Or
Well, and exactly. Like
we have to have all these studies that go on for years to prove medical benefits, but hearsay works.
But this has been happening for years. Like, I mean, let's go right back to the movie Reefer Madness.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you know, like, and there have been any number of documentaries. And like when my mom was alive, God rest her soul, that she would, oh, you got to watch this and you got to watch that. It's all these horrors of cannabis, and, you know, and they never showed them a second time because they were lies, and the right people stood up and called them lies and brought attention to it. And, you know, people stopped showing them. That'll be the same thing with articles like this. It's like, it's a lie. Like, at least tell us what's in the cannabis, and at least recognize that there's more in the cannabis than just cannabis that these people are getting sick from. Right?
Yeah. And did you notice that the word pesticide, we never read off the word pesticide? Not once.
Nope. And we also, the last article brought up the fact that, you know, like a lot of this stuff, a lot of these syndromes have been there since we introduced neem oil as a pesticide and we're using it. And so that makes me wonder, like, what the frig is in neem oil?
I remember neem oil was around when I started growing medicinally. So that's 20 years. It was around before then. But
no, it showed up in 2000. CHS showed up in 2004 when neem oil came out.
But it's been around longer than that.
Yeah, but you said 20 years. 2004 is 21 years ago. So
I'm sure neem oil has been. Yeah, we'd have to do some research before we knew for sure.
We need a study.
We need a study. That's right. Yeah, I just see them because they say they even mentioned about they're not even sure it's a THC. They just there's the accusation. So they need more research. They should have more. They should do studies on that. But yeah, people green out just like people drink too much alcohol and get sick.
Yep. Except for we don't have to end up in the hospital when we green out, and alcohol syndrome will get you in the hospital. So.
Yeah. So, all right. Move on to our last story before we go to break. Here we go.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Hawaii governor signs medical marijuana expansion bill after calling one of its provisions a grave violation of privacy.
Oh. On the heels of signaling a possible veto of a bill meant to expand access to medical cannabis in Hawaii, Governor Josh Green instead signed the measure into law over the weekend, regardless of a provision he recently described as a grave violation of privacy. HB 302 will make two main reforms around patient access. First, it allows a patient's primary treating medical provider to recommend cannabis for any malady they see fit, regardless of whether it's a specified qualified condition in Hawaii. It also allows patients to receive medical cannabis recommendations through telehealth visits rather than having to establish an in-person relationship with a provider. I'm sure there's a but.
Yes. Before lawmakers sent the bill to Green, a conference committee revised the plan, inserting a provision to allow the state Department of Health to access medical cannabis patient records held by doctors for any reason whatsoever.
Whoa.
Ooh. Yeah, the revised bill authorizes the Department of Health to inspect a qualifying patient's medical records held by the physician, advanced practice registered nurse, or hospice provider who issued a written certification for the qualifying patient. Providers who don't comply with a department request for a patient's records could see their ability to issue medical cannabis revoked.
Advocates initially supported HB 302 as a means to expand access to patients with conditions beyond those specified under state law, but many withdrew support following the conference's committee's changes. An additional provision establishes a new Class C felony for unlicensed operation of a dispensary, adding another major change or charge on top of the state's existing laws against illegal distribution of cannabis.
In early June, Green himself put the cannabis measure on a list of bills he intended to veto, an indication, though not a commitment, that he was leaning towards rejecting it. Although this bill's authorization of medical cannabis certifications via telehealth expands access to medical cannabis, his office wrote at the time, provisions authorizing the inspection of patients' medical records without warrant constitute a grave violation of policy.
Yeah, privacy for sure. Green acknowledged patients might be especially concerned about removing privacy protections given that cannabis remains federally illegal, noting that those concerns could actually limit enrollment in state legal systems. It shouldn't be accessed by the federal government for sure. Given that the federal government classifies cannabis as a Schedule I substance, his office said at the time, patients' reasonable fears of repercussions based upon information gained from inspection of their personal medical records may deter patients from participating in the medical cannabis program. Yeah, here for sure.
Yeah. The bill remained on the governor's intent to veto list even after the office revised it a week ago. In signing HB 302 into law on Sunday, Green did not indicate what led to his change of heart.
Nikos Lorenz of the Drug Policy Forum of Hawaii and the Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center told Marijuana Moment that he felt that the state has moved backwards, protecting individual autonomy around cannabis in the past year, and HB 302 is an exemplar of that regression, providing government attorneys with the authority to inspect doctor-patient records and funding more law enforcement positions will serve to further deteriorate an already anemic medical cannabis system in Hawaii. He wrote in an email. Yeah, that's good.
Leverenz called on Green to take the lead and advance bills in the next legislative session that actually serve to expand access to medical cannabis. Measures towards this end include statutory employment protections for registered medical cannabis patients, authorizing access to medical cannabis products for patients in hospice and long-term care settings, Ryan's Law, and allowing certifying providers broad professional discretion to recommend its use, he added.
Some lawmakers warned at the time of the conference committee changes to the HB 302 that its new medical records provision would be a sticking point for would-be patients. The medical cannabis community has expressed its opposition to this breach of confidentiality. Rep. Kim Coco Awamato says last month, especially since it is authorized without any suspicion of wrongdoing and without a warrant. This will further deter already low patient and provider participation. For sure.
Iowamoto, I think, called the proposal unprecedented given the degree of respect our state has previously demonstrated for patient-doctor privileges and how often the state defers to the expertise of physicians and healthcare providers. Other measures recently sent to the governor's desk include SB 1429, which would allow medical cannabis caregivers to grow cannabis on behalf of up to 5 patients rather than just the current one. Green signed that bill late last month.
All right, I'm going to shut her down there because we've covered basically the headline, and I see that we're getting a little long.
Us? Never.
That's never. No. But that's too bad. Let's hopefully they can get that privacy thing dealt with because, like I know we signed to allow Health Canada to give permission for the, like, if the police contact them looking for a medical license, Health Canada can communicate with them and say, yeah, okay, yes, that person does have a medical license.
And that's it.
That's it. It's not about giving out all the patient's details and their medical records. Like, holy jeepers. No, that's not right. Not right whatsoever. All right. Talking about getting things right. Let's get right to break. It's commercial break. Time to hear from those who help us inform our viewers. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We got, 4 more stories to bring you if we get them all in. I think they're all probably normal length. There might be one that's a little long, but we'll find out. Here we go. First one is up.
Yeah, coming to us from StratCan. Alberta announces cannabis farm gate licensing. Go Alberta.
Go Alberta. Cannabis producers in Alberta can now apply for a license to sell cannabis products from a retail store at their production facility. In an announcement on July the 2nd, the province's cannabis regulator, the AGLC, said that effective immediately, cannabis suppliers may apply to AGLCs for a cannabis supplier retail store license, permitting cannabis suppliers to sell cannabis products produced at their processing cultivating facility directly to consumers from a store at the production facility.
Exciting. A cannabis supplier retail store means a store located at the cannabis supplier's production and or cultivation facility, also commonly referred to as a cannabis farm gate license. New Brunswick, Ontario, and BC all have similar programs. Under the new provincial rules, a cannabis supplier retail store must be located adjacent to the site of the supplier's cannabis production facility or otherwise be sufficiently close to that site in the opinion of the AGLC's board.
That part, the opinion of the board's authority, it's a little vague, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, the retail location must include a sales area, a separate entrance and exit, the ability to receive products, and a secure storage room and display for cannabis and accessories, among other factors. Drive-through windows are not allowed. Now, when a cannabis producer sells its products to its cannabis supplier's retail store, the AGLC is required to have received payment prior to the physical movement of the cannabis product from the production facility to the cannabis retail supplier retail store. Did you catch what that means?
When a cannabis producer sells its products to the cannabis supplier retail store.
Yeah. What they have to do is they have to pay AGLC for the cannabis. Ontario has the same setup, where a farm gate store has to give money to the province as if they had given the province the product, and then the product came back to the store. But instead of doing the actual moving, they just allow you to take it into your store, but they still want the money.
Yeah, they want their cut.
Correct.
So, I mean, like if you sold it to them for $10, and then they put their cut on it, which is an extra $5. Now they're selling it for $15. You now have to pay them $5 so you can walk it from that building to that building.
Correct.
Cannabis supplier retail store farm gate licensee, I'm going to shut up about that, is not allowed to sell products from other cannabis suppliers, sell cannabis online, or sell cannabis to a cannabis store licensee or another cannabis retailer, or deliver cannabis products. Cannabis supplier retail store license applications in Alberta are subject to review and approval by the AGLC, with the agency considering factors such as the appropriateness of the proposed premises, compliance with municipal requirements, Health Canada approval of the proposed premises, and the expressed views of the local community.
Wow, can you imagine you had to go through that to open a bar? AGLC also says it may refuse to issue a cannabis supplier retail store license if the applicant, any of the applicant's employees, any of the applicant's associates, or any person associated with the applicant fails to pass a records check. AGLC reportedly intended to launch such a program as part of the Red Tape Reduction Act in late 2023, but it was not included due to procedural error.
Yeah, they're not part of the Red Tape Reduction Act at all. Also, effective immediately, applicants for, let's just go back here a minute. I know we're running out of time and I'm sorry, but they want to go look at all of your associates.
Yeah.
Effective immediately, applicants for retail cannabis store positions or registered cannabis representative positions are no longer required to be certified as qualified cannabis workers, and as a result, no longer have to submit an application for qualified cannabis worker form. In addition, these positions are no longer required to submit a criminal record check from their local police services to the AGLC.
Ontario was the first province to launch a cannabis farm gate program, which it did in 2021. The first 2 locations were licensed in April 20th of that year. Ontario currently lists 5 licensed farm gate locations. New Brunswick became the second province to announce the cannabis farm gate program, and that was in 2021, allowing for on-site selling of in-house products for local LPs, nurseries, and micros. And the province currently lists 7 such locations.
That's amazing. StratCan will also be visiting 4 of those farm gate stores on August 16th. You go. In late 2022, British Columbia began allowing applications under its Farm to Gate producer retail store licensing model. Since the program's launch, only 3 companies have applied. The first opened in 2022. The second was licensed on September 12th, while the third opened in 2025.
There you go.
Click this link, you can read more about Canada's cannabis farm gate locations. Woohoo!
Yeah. But yeah, there you go. Farm gates. That's, some people really like that. Obviously, products not sitting like it can be sitting in a factory warehouse someplace. So.
Yeah, I like the farm gate. As long as you're only going for like they're only allowed to sell their own product, right? It's the same as a farmer that goes out to a farmer's market. Like it's not like they go gathering product from everybody. They take their product to sell. So as long as you only want to buy that person's product, it's awesome. You get a much better look at that. All of their product is in their store. You get a much better look at it. You can talk about it better because the person that's now selling it to you, the only thing they know is that product. And they have the ability to know way more about it. So that's really cool. But if you want variety, then, going to the stores, like the full-on stores is definitely your call.
Yeah. All right. On to the next story.
Coming to us from Inside Hook. Should weed be part of your wellness routine?
Well, I can tell you, I know a lot of people would agree with that and say yes. I was at my local dispensary recently. Is his opinion article. Recently eavesdropping on a jacked dude who seemed legitimately scared of THC. The juxtaposition of a giant guy afraid of getting high was endearing. As I listened closer, he said he was training for a fight and was looking for something with CBD to help with pain relief. Like THC, CBD is a cannabinoid found in many cannabis products, but the main difference is that it doesn't produce the intoxicating effects. CBD is also permitted for athletes to use, whereas THC is prohibited by the World Anti-Doping Agency. So the big fella wasn't afraid of anything besides disqualification. Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's the rules.
Yeah. In the end, the bud tender explained that although he wasn't interested in THC products, a CBD gummy with a small amount of THC may still be better for pain management, at least post-competition. Though I suspect that the associate may have been merely upselling. Experts like Dr. William Trout, a licensed naturopathic doctor and True Leaves resident medical doctor, agrees with this advice. Some people don't want to feel any of the psychoactive effects, so we'll look for a very low dose type of THC product and one that's potentially more dominant in CBD, Trout tells me. You might still get a sense of well-being that comes along with it, but not necessarily what people may describe as feeling high.
The main reason why THC and CBD work better when combined is what scientists refers to as the entourage effect. Not to be confused with the early HBO series, it's a theory among scientists and medical professionals that cannabis is most effective when multiple compounds of the plant are combined. Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, there are hundreds of compounds in cannabis in addition to THC and CBD that could spark more than a good time, with the potential to support relaxation, pain management, and overall health.
Mm-hmm. As with any serious medical concerns, you'll want to consult with your doctor if you're considering integrating cannabis into your treatment regime. But for everyday aches and pains, a little non-psychoactive cannabis could be worth adding to your medicine cabinet, especially if you know what you're shopping for. With over 30 years of experience in cannabis research, Trout shared insight on how to find what cannabis products work best for you. to explain why THC is such an important cannabinoid, it's crucial to have an understanding of the endocannabinoid system. Although scientists are still figuring out the intricacies of this complex system, Trout says that we know based on the literature that the endocannabinoid system is the main system that's involved with coordinating homeostasis and the healing process.
The CES consists of two main cannabinoid receptors. CB1 receptors are found mainly in the brain and central nervous system, and CB2 receptors are found in cells throughout the immune system. These receptors are activated by natural endocannabinoids such as anandamide, which are enhanced in the body through healthy activities like exercise. CB1 and CB2 receptors are similarly be activated by cannabinoids found in plants like cannabis or made in a lab. Ooh.
No, not made in the lab.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
No.
oh.
THC is one of the most powerful among these compounds, but the other cannabinoids like CBD provide support to the activity of THC, Trev explains. That's why so many people choose to use THC, because having it in conjunction with these other cannabinoids provides an entourage effect on the system as a whole. Again, you don't need to consume a psychoactive amount of THC to activate the CB1 and 2 receptors. A microdose of 1 milligram may be enough when it's part of the entourage of other cannabinoids.
Yeah, maybe. Well, just a quick little story. I had over the weekend, I was talking to some fellows, and they were passing around gummies, and bags of gummies, passing around gummies. 5 milligrams. That's enough.
Yep.
Yep. That to them, that was enough. They said that the one fellow says 5 milligrams doesn't give me a bad trip.
Good.
So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there you go with the amounts. Now, smoking or vaping weed may be more appealing to someone who wants the effects to kick in faster and wear off in a shorter time frame, a process of about 2 to 4 hours. But given the health risks associated with inhaling smoke and chemicals, it makes sense that this method would not appeal as much to someone searching for health hacks. As for edibles, most of these need to be digested and metabolized first, so they can take up to 2 hours to kick in, and the effects last up to 8 hours. This could be a good fit for someone looking for a good night's sleep rather than for immediate effects. Meanwhile, for individuals who want quicker relief but don't want to vape, Trout recommends looking for sublingual or oral muscle cannabis tinctures, edibles, and sprays. These products are absorbed in the mouth, so they enter the bloodstream faster than non-sublingual edibles.
Yeah. And, I'm just going to suggest that we end it there, but talk about the fact that he does go into suggesting strains that soothe, weed for sleep, for your gut, for appetite management, and helping the body heal. So if you go and take a read, you can find out some more very interesting information.
All right. I'll keep the story and make sure that it gets onto the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page.
Amazing.
All right. We'll move on. Yeah, because we've got 2 more stories to try to squeeze in here in those final minutes. And something tells me this is the one I was a bit concerned about in size-wise. But here we go. What's up?
Yeah, coming to us from MSN. Psychedelic compound blurs boundary between self and others in the brain, study finds.
A new study has found that a psychedelic formulation inspired by ayahuasca can significantly alter how the brain processes faces, especially one's own. The research shows that the compound changes both early visual perception and later self-referential processing, effectively weakening the brain's usual distinction between self and others. These findings, published in the journal Neuroimage, could help explain why psychedelics often produce feelings of ego delusion and correctness, and may shed light on their therapeutic potential for mental health conditions, including rigid self-focus. Go ahead.
Ayahuasca is a traditional psychoactive brew from the Amazon, typically made by combining a NN-DMT containing plant with another that inhibits the breakdown of the NN-DMT in the body. NN-DMT, short for NN-dimethyltryptamine, is a powerful psychedelic compound that, when taken on its own, is rapidly broken down by enzymes in the gut. The other ingredient, usually a vine-containing harmine and other beta carbolines, blocks this breakdown and allows the NN-DMT to take effect. Together, these two substances produce an intense psychedelic experience characterized by vivid visuals, altered perception of self, and emotional insights. The researchers behind, it's really cool. The researchers behind the study set out to investigate how this combination of substances influence one specific domain of perception, how we recognize faces and distinguish between ourselves and others. Previous research has shown that psychedelics affect visual perception and the brain's default mode network, which is associated with referential thought. However, there has been little exploration of how psychedelics affect face recognition and the brain's response to familiar and unfamiliar faces.
Yeah, study author Delia Soya, postdoctoral research at the IMT School of Advanced Studies and the University of Zurich, says, "We were fascinated by how psychedelics like DMT alter the sense of self and blur boundaries between self and others. These effects are often described subjectively, but less is known about the neural basis, especially in relation to face perception, which plays a central role in social identity. This study aimed to investigate whether DMT harmine formulation could measurably affect how the brain differentiates between self and other faces."
To examine this, the researchers conducted a placebo-controlled experiment involving 30 healthy male volunteers. Each participant took part in 3 experimental sessions. In one session, they received a placebo. In another, they were given only harmine. And in the third, they received both the NN-DMT and harmine. The NN-DMT was administered through a nasal spray, while harmine was taken in tablet form. Each session was separated by a 2-week washout period. During each session, participants completed a face recognition task while wearing an EEG cap that recorded electrical activity in the brain. The task involved viewing a series of images on a screen, including pictures of their own face, faces of well-known celebrities they recognized, and completely unfamiliar faces. Occasionally, scrambled images were included as targets to ensure participants stayed focused.
The EEG allowed the researchers to track brain responses to the faces at different time points, focusing on 3 specific brain signals. The P1 signal appears very early, around 100 milliseconds after seeing a stimulus, and is associated with basic visual processing. The N170 signal, which occurs slightly later, is related to the brain's ability to recognize faces as faces. The P300 signal appears later still and reflects deeper cognitive processing, such as distinguishing between familiar and unfamiliar information and allocating attention to self-relevant stimuli. The results show that the combination of DMT and harmine altered face processing at all 3 stages. Across all face types, familiar and unknown, the DMT harmine mixture enhanced the P1 response. This suggests that the medicine increased early visual responsiveness, making the brain more reactive to incoming visual information. At the same time, it reduces the N170 response, which points to a disruption in the brain's ability to structurally process faces. In other words, while participants' visual systems were more sensitive overall, they became less efficient at recognizing faces as cohort-structured identities.
The most interesting effects appeared in the P300 signal. Under placebo and harmine-only conditions, the brain showed a strong distinction between self and other faces in this later stage of processing. The self face triggered a larger P300 response, reflecting its special significance and the brain's tendency to give it more attention. However, under the influence of the NN-DMT harmine, the difference shrank. The P300 response to the self face became more similar to the response to familiar and unfamiliar faces. This suggests that the brain was no longer treating the self as uniquely special. The neural boundary between self and others had become less defined.
Now, Soy also went on to say that we were surprised by how consistent the neural flattening was across participants and face types, even early visual markers like the N170, which typically reflect facial recognition, were significantly dampened. It suggests that DMT not only alters conscious experience, but also disrupts fundamental stages of face perception, challenging how we define the self at the perceptual level. Importantly, the brain's response to familiar faces, such as celebrities, remained relatively stable across all conditions. This indicates that the medicine did not simply disrupt all face processing indiscriminately. Instead, it appeared to target self-referential processing in a selective way, diminishing the sense of distinction between self and other without erasing the recognition of social meaningful faces. Yeah.
Yeah,
we're about halfway, still about halfway through this story. Want to finish her up here? And
sure.
Yeah, go ahead, read the next paragraph and we'll shut her down.
Okie dokie. The researchers also found that these changes in brain activity were related to participants' subjective experiences. Reduction in the N170 and the P300 signals under the NN-DMT harmine were associated with stronger reports of ego dissolution, spiritual experiences, and vivid imagery. This suggests that the neural blurring of self-other boundaries may contribute to the felt experience of losing oneself of a separate self, a hallmark of many psychedelic experiences.
Yeah, I like this next line. It says, these findings help explain how psychedelics can produce profound changes in the sense of self.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, that's, it's just the things that they're finding out these days.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's like, wow. And you can see why the stories are so long because there's just so much to put into it. So, all right. Last story of the day. Here we go. And it shouldn't
Coming to us from Strachan, OCS launches Ontario-grown cannabis badge to highlight local cannabis producers.
Yep, the Ontario Cannabis Store is making it easier for people to support Ontario-grown cannabis products with new Ontario-grown cannabis badge launching on June the 27th. First announced in the 2025 Ontario budget in May, the debut of the Ontario-grown badge coincides with the Buy Ontario, Buy Canadian Day, a province-wide initiative that encourages consumers to support local businesses and workers, held annually on the last Friday in June.
The emblem identifies cannabis producers cultivated in Ontario by federally licensed cannabis producers who, like those in other provinces, follow strict quality and safety regulations. At launch, the Ontario-grown badge will be applied to select dried flower and non-infused pre-rolls and will be featured on approximately 700 items, with more added over time as licensed producers submit products and assertions.
For a product to be eligible for the Ontario-grown badge, it must have 75% of its cannabis inputs grown in Ontario. We're proud to launch the Ontario-grown badge, helping adult Ontarians to easily identify and learn more about cannabis products grown close to home and the passionate, trailblazing licensed producers behind them, says David Lobo, President and CEO of OCS.
Throughout the summer and into the start of fall, Ontario cannabis consumers will start to see the Ontario-grown badge on products across OCS.ca and in retail stores, along with in-store and online promotional material. The new Ontario-grown badge shines a spotlight on local producers who are deeply rooted in the communities they serve. And this is said by Chris Marmon, who's the VP of Sales and Marketing with Carmel Cannabis. Carmel's awesome, by the way. As a craft cultivar, we know our consumers want to connect with brands in their own backyard. It's a big win for local agriculture and for helping consumers discover the incredible growers from right here in Ontario.
There you go. Actually, I have a micro licensed producer about half an hour away from me.
Nice. Yeah.
You
You
know,
know, I must say, like we've been doing that here in Nova Scotia. I think pretty much since the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, grown in Nova Scotia, and it's something I appreciate. I mean, especially when I'm traveling to other provinces and whatnot, taking something that's grown and sold only here is really kind of neat to do.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and you'd hope you get something that was a little, you know, wasn't older, you know. And by doing that, you're supporting your local people. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe your friend has a job there or something, you know.
Maybe. Yeah.
So, all right. Anything else before we shut her down?
No. I
No.
think that's about it.
Okay. That's it. Okay. That's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to Campbellford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And to you, our viewers, thanks for tuning in. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Whatever you do.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Re-rolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Re-rolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.